should take the pink, and then some blue, and then the green, and then more pink, and then a dash of blue. Coloring, coloring, coloring. There's another color. Do, do, do. Look, I drew us. Bus driver, are we there yet? Hello! Hello, Big King's back. Noel, Rosa, Spelling. Hello, welcome everyone. Is that cheese? Oh my gosh, it is cheese. Oh no! Oh, thank you for letting me know. Let me change the voice mod.
Yeah, that was Machine's voice. I'm so silly. I forgot Machine was playing Sonic Heroes on Discord last night. Hello! Also, oh, that's so sweet. You didn't have to do that, Eel, but I'm glad you're here. I hope you enjoy coloring. I gotta show the sketches we made of all these new headmate OCs. I'm excited. And also let me turn display capture. Okay. This is Phantom's OC. Let me get the picture up so you can see. This is Phantom. I'm so excited. This is Harmony. Oops. This is Machine. Sonic Heroes Enjoyer. This is Magenta, who is not a new headmate, but I want to make a PNG tuber of Magenta for when she would play Freedom Planet 2 in a few weeks. And here's Skitter, who joined yesterday. Yay. I'm so excited to color everyone. And I was thinking I would listen to more TMA tonight. Magnus Archive. Sometimes I forget what TMA stands for. It's just ingrained in me that it's called TMA. Oh, thank you, Rosa! I love character designing. I searched the machine. Started to type the machine archives instead. That's the spin-off, all about machine. I'm just kidding. We're here as you do when you first make a character and stuff. It might take us a bit to figure out what colors we want. I think, yeah.
Rusty Quill presents.
I think Harmony and Skitter, we know basically what colors to use, but I think Phantom and Machine is like a little undecided. So I might change stuff around a lot, as you know if you've seen
Episode
coloring
23.
of new OC. Yeah. Go to desktop audio recorder. Where's my cursor?
Statement of Albrecht.
Oh no, where's my cursor?
Regarding a discovered tomb near his estate in the Black Forest.
Might have to.
Original statement given as part of a letter to Jonah Magnus, March 31st, 1816. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins.
Oh no! Do I have to restart my computer?
Forgive my writing you this letter.
Hang on. Why? I think sometimes something that works is I start up the... Oh, this box is crying and says, please connect the device. You know, I saw something plugged in the back and I just assumed it was plugged in. But maybe... Oh, it wasn't plugged in. One of the cables was plugged in. Got two USB cables. And one of them was plugged in and one of them wasn't. That would be the problem. Okay. Yeah, it's good. Oh, I gotta recalibrate it though, I think, because it's like the mouse pointer is like 2 inches above where it should be. Let me get display capture back. There we go. How do you set screen area? No, that's not it. I'm sorry to troubleshoot. I've done this before. I often have to redo the calibration. I don't know why. Identify, is that? Wait. What is it? Do I have to restart my computer? Oh, wait, hang on. Wait, no. Oh, I got it. I just hit a button that said default and it switched everything back as it should be. Okay, sorry, that was weird. Okay, I'm ready now.
So soon after the last. You must think me dreadful for not even giving you a chance at a reply. I recall that during your visit last spring you mentioned your fascination with the macabre and the strange, and pressed upon me as to whether there were any such lore or legends that I myself were familiar with. Wolfgang writes me that you are acquiring quite the collection, and I feel that I now have something that belongs with it, far more than any of the fairy stories or old maids' tales that I told you before. Put quite simply, I have had a most terrifying encounter. 2 encounters, really, I suppose, and I pray to the Lord that I shall have no more. For I honestly believe I should die, from fear if not from violence, were I forced to meet the thing again. I'm sure you must think me the most dreadful bore speaking around the thing so, but I feel that to understand all I must begin my tale sometime before the apparition itself appeared, with my travels down to Württemberg. My family has a small estate there, in the heart of the Schwarzwald, what you would call the Black Forest, near a small town by the name of Schramberg. This estate belonged to my brother, Henrik, and when he passed away it descended to my nephew Wilhelm. He was barely in his 14th year when Henrik died, and his mother had passed while birthing him, so myself and Clara have since made every effort to provide him with guidance and such affection as he may have lost. Felt especially keen as we have ourselves been unable to conceive a child, and so we felt it our duty to teach Wilhelm
You don't use
what we would have
words,
impressed
don't you?
upon a son of our own.
Well, like that they have
Profligacy of
gloves.
youth is always a danger, and we felt it our duty to help guide him, where we could, along the path of virtue. We needn't have worried ourselves overly. I have never met so sober and prudent a soul as seems to exist within young Wilhelm. Nonetheless, because of this we have remained close with my nephew through the years, despite the distance. When he took ill this last winter, naturally we made arrangements to travel to his home in the Schwarzwald and offer what comfort we could. The journey was difficult, as I suppose is to be expected when travelling in winter, but Wilhelm's condition brooked no delays.
Wilhelm
The
from
first and
Poppin'
worst we had to
Music?
contend with, coming from Bavaria, was the lack of provision in
Oh,
the inns where we took
no.
lodging, as we were told over and over again how rare guests were this time of year. Still, say what you will about the German Confederation, and I know you certainly have a lot of opinions on that, my friend, but it has made travelling a lot quicker, and I was certainly grateful for that. When we entered Württemberg, however, our way was much harder. The snow fell thicker in the Schwarzwald, compelling us at last to trade the coach for a sleigh. You have never known winter in the Black Forest, have you?
No.
I know that you will say you have snows and forests in England, but I have seen what you call forests, and can tell you that there can be no comparison to the Schwarzwald, its trees covered in a dense canopy of untouched snow. There is such a silence there as I have never encountered anywhere else on earth, with every sound seeming to die the moment it touches that soft white blanket of virgin snow. By day it is the most beautiful serenity, this calm stillness. But by night, oh my friend, by night it becomes something altogether else. The quiet of the forest, it becomes like the world is holding its breath, waiting to strike. And in those parts where the canopy clears enough that the moon shines down, it casts everything into the most ghostly shades. I lost count of the number of times I swore I saw figures in the shadows, briefly illuminated by the moonlit glow of that frozen land. At one point I even demanded the sleigh be stopped so I could make an examination of the area with a brace of pistols. But of course I found nothing. It was in such a state of mind that we arrived at Wilhelm's estate near Schramberg. We were greeted by Wilhelm's servants and told of their master's condition.
I got an idea.
The doctor had apparently braved the roads from Schramberg some few days ago and had given what medicine he could. Since then, the servants told us, he had been steadily improving, but was still very weak. I will confess at this news to feeling slightly unnecessary, but upon entering Wilhelm's chamber, the happiness evident upon his face when he saw Clara and myself put all such thoughts to rest. Wilhelm was in recovery, but I had no intention of traveling back
I'm
to
sorry, I'm trying to say Wilhelm.
Unless absolutely necessary, and Clara agreed. We made plans to winter there with Wilhelm. There was room enough for us, though our chamber was more modest than what we would have been accustomed to. I will admit that I didn't entirely relish the thought of staying in the Schwarzwald until the spring thaw, but of the courses of action we had at our disposal, it was the one I found to be the most agreeable. And so began what was to be a lengthy sojourn near Schramberg, and truly have I never wished more keenly that I had been able to bring my library with me. I had but a few books with me, and Wilhelm, despite his not inconsiderable intelligence, had even fewer. In the end, we played a lot of cribbage and listened to Clara play many a tune on the pianoforte. My wife has never had a singular voice, but her skills upon the keys more than make up for it. I myself would often take long walks through the surrounding woods during the early afternoon when the cold was tolerable.
Seem saleable.
Sometimes I would make my way the 2 miles to neighboring Schramberg, but more often I would simply choose a direction and stroll into the trees for as long as my fancy held me, and then simply follow my own trail of footprints back to what was, for the moment, my home. It was on one of these walks, some months into our stay, that I came upon that ancient graveyard. It must have been sunken slightly into the ground itself, as all I could see of the grave markers themselves were the merest tip of worn and crumbled granite above the snow. I could not guess at the size of the place.
Actually, I
Every
already had a
second,
picture of
whichever way
Wilhelm
I
on my
walked,
computer. I
I
could
would
have used
spot
this
another
whole
small
time.
bud of memorial stone blossoming through the frosted earth. I dug some snow from in front of one of the headstones. It had a broken angel atop it, both wings snapped and fallen. But the inscription was far too worn to make out any of the words.
I used the picture I
I
already
had all but made up my mind to leave, as I knew I had little over an hour before the light began to fail me. As I turned to do so, however, I spied something not far removed among the trees, far larger and more intriguing than the graves I had found thus far. It stood about 5 feet proud above the snow, and the stone was far better quality than what I had seen so far. A small mausoleum. The door, once a sturdy iron grate, had long since rusted off its hinges, leaving only a gaping black aperture that seemed to lead deeper than the dimensions of the mausoleum would allow. Over the top, barely readable, but still most definitely there, was the name Johann von Württemberg. I was fascinated. I knew my local history well enough, and certainly was not aware of any noble of the Württemberg line named Johann. I was sure he had never been
That's
a
Wilhelm.
count, prince. More than that, there had never been
That's
a
Wilhelm
hospital
from
hall.
Papa Music. I had to get
Town
him
or
up because they
settlement
kept
near this
talking
spot
about Wilhelm.
could have supported a cemetery of such size. So who was Johann von Württemberg? And why had he built a mausoleum here, in the middle of the Schwarzwald, 6 miles or more from Schramberg? I had no time to investigate any further, for I realized that I needed to leave immediately if I was to return to my wife and nephew before sundown.
The guy that does the scream,
Followed
yeah!
my path back as quickly as I dared.
I was thinking
While
of
I
that
would not
Wilhelm
be
too.
satisfied forging a new path the next day,
I'm
something
trying so
forcing
hard to
that
think what
silent
colors.
drew me back,
I
and
guess
I
we
found
all
myself marking
are.
trees with my pocket knife to make finding my way back the following day that much easier. I asked Wilhelm that evening over dinner whether he had ever heard of Johann von Württemberg, or was aware of the mausoleum a few miles north from his home. He told me no to both. He rarely spent time in the forest around, save for hunting, and the hunting was usually poor in the north, as the trees were too close together to easily navigate with a horse, and he had never heard of this Johann. I made some inquiries as to where I could look further into the history of the area, but there was no library of a decent size within near distance of Schramberg, and as I mentioned, Wilhelm had little in the way of books, so I let the matter drop. Nothing else of note occurred that night, and so
doesn't Wilhelm from Papa Music have like a library or something like that?
I made no secret of my destination, and even offered the opportunity to accompany me to both Wilhelm and Carla, but neither saw the trip as worth the cold hours it would take to reach. So it was alone that I once again made my way to that forgotten place. My marking the trees had proven unnecessary, as there had been no fresh snowfall the previous night, and my footprints from the day before were still clear and very easy to follow.
Nask? Who's Nask?
The mausoleum looked exactly as I had left it, its door still yawning, and the sunlight seemed to make it very little distance over the threshold before darkness once again swallowed it. I had foreseen this and packed a lantern for the purpose.
Oh, Hollow Knight. We played a tiny bit of Hollow Knight. But now we're just waiting for Hollow to debut for Hollow to stream Hollow Knight.
I had heard tales of brigands using places such as this for assignations, and was suddenly glad I had also thought to pack a pistol and shot. I approached the man, but he didn't move to flee.
Flee from Magical Girl Racing Project.
He was short and squat, wearing an old-fashioned black frock coat and knee breeches, though his head was shadowed by a wide-brimmed black
Shadow from Shadow the
By his costume, I assumed him to be an old man, perhaps a groundskeeper for this place, or simply a recluse that lived nearby. When I greeted him, though, the voice that answered held no quiver of age within it. He asked me in low, peasant German whether I was planning to explore the tomb. I said I was, and asked if he was the keeper of the place. He laughed at that, the sharp, guttural exclamation that surprised me, and told me that the crypt I sought was a dangerous place. I asked him what I had to fear from the dead, and He stared at me. I could not see his eyes beneath the brim of his hat, but I could still feel his gaze upon
You get
me.
uncomfortable around spiders, you won't like the
He
area
laughed again and
Naska's
told
at.
me,
Oh, we're fine. We love
"Later,
spiders and bugs.
You have nothing to fear from the dead." At these words, I began to back away, ensuring my hand was on my pistol, not taking my eyes off this strange man until I reached the edge of the mausoleum. Only then did I look down to make sure my lantern was where I left it. And when I returned my gaze to the trees, he was gone. To speak plainly, I was rather shaken by my encounter, and considered turning back and trying my luck another day. But something within me balked at having all my work and preparation be for naught because of a single farmer who couldn't mind his business. I lit my lantern and... Martin, good lord, man, if you're going to be staying in the archives, at least have the decency to put some trousers on.
Oh, God, sorry. Sorry, I didn't think you were in until later. Not even 7 yet.
I've been coming in early in the hopes of leaving this place before dark.
I forgot about this bit.
It's been a week, and we've seen nothing. Do you really think she's still out there?
I have no idea, but I don't intend to take any chances.
No, I suppose not.
Now, if you'll excuse me.
Righto.
Statement continues. At first I was confused. Inside appeared to be empty. No monuments or coffins stood inside, and no plaques or sigils adorned the wall. Just a single slab of marble stood in the center, like an altar. At first, I thought that perhaps that was where the coffin should have sat, and someone had simply
I should make the tail purple.
But as I walked around,
skin is
I saw what it was concealing. Behind the sharp-angled block was a staircase, descending deep into some unknown subterranean vault. You will scoff at me, Jonah, when next we meet, I am sure of it. You will laugh at my bravado and call me an unthinking adventurer, but the plain fact of it is that I descended those stairs with hardly a qualm. Any fear I might have had was solely focused on the man I had met outside, and I foresaw no danger within the vault itself. So I hoisted my lantern, and I descended the stairs. They were old, of that there is no doubt, but they were not worn, and I would wager that I was the first soul to go down there in at least a century. They descended for some time, until I was quite certain that I was deep within the frozen earth of the Schwarzwald. At last, the steps ended in a short corridor, and I could see the bricks that formed the walls and arched ceiling had crumbled and shifted in places, allowing ingress to the thick roots of the trees above, which coiled and splayed across those parts of the passage in most need of repair. After about a minute of walking, the passage opened out into a large chamber. In the center stood another block of marble, almost identical to the one I had seen upstairs. But atop this one was a sealed stone coffin. The name Johann von Württemberg was carved here too, though preserved in much clearer detail without the elements to wear it away. As I gazed at it, I noticed that the wall of the room did not appear to be stone, as the passage or the mausoleum had been. I walked cautiously closer, until my lantern illuminated it clearly. The walls were covered with bookshelves, packed in with such a density that it was impossible to tell if there was a real wall behind them, or if the books themselves formed the only bulwark against the soil. They were, unfortunately, terribly rotten. The centuries had not been kind to them, and as I tried to move one of them, I realized that the damp had, over time, caused them to merge into a single mass of paper and bookcloth. Predictable as this may have been, I still felt the most acute pang of loss. To see such a volume of knowledge, possibly unique in all the world, utterly destroyed, was incredibly painful to me. The actual shelves were formed of the same marble as the two blocks, and seemed to have fared better. As I looked at them, I noticed a small engraving, carved at regular intervals along the edge of each one. It was a small eye, open and staring. For some reason, it was only at that moment that I began to feel afraid. Of what, I couldn't tell you, but those small eyes filled me with a dread that I have trouble describing to you now. Certainly I backed away from the bookshelves and was all set to depart when my lantern caught on something in the corner of the room. Or, more precisely, two things. The first was a small gold coin that glinted on the floor. The second was a book, perhaps fallen from the shelves long ago. It was in far better condition than the others, perhaps due to where it had lain, and I was able to very carefully open it. I was disappointed to see that it was not written in German or even French or Latin, but appeared to be in Arabic. It seemed to be an illuminated manuscript of sorts, produced by hand and utterly beautiful, though I could not for the life of me have told you what it concerned. I took the book and the coin to study later and hastily left the vault, the lingering fear making me feel as though some unseen pursuer might come upon me if I hesitated. I drew my pistol as I left the mausoleum, just in case the strange short man from earlier was waiting to accost me. There was no sign of him outside in the clear daylight. I hurried back, though I still had many hours before dusk. As I went, I noticed that the snow on the trees was beginning to thaw, and took comfort in the knowledge that Carla and myself would likely be able to return to Closen soon. Wilhelm was fully recovered from his fever, and by the time I was at dinner, all traces of my earlier fear had disappeared, and I was in excellent spirits. I retired afterwards to smoke a pipe or two and examine my finds at greater length. The book, though beautiful, stubbornly refused to offer up any clues to its contents. With your permission, I'll bring it over for your expert eyes next time I have the pleasure of your company. The coin, on the other hand, was more interesting. On one side, it had an engraved profile of a sharp-faced young man with long, flowing hair. Over the top ran the letters JW, and at the bottom was the number 1279. If this was the date the coin was produced, then I don't need to tell you how exciting a find this might be. The other side was blank, save for 3 words, very small and worn, but I could just about read them. They read, "Für die Stille." I was about to retire to bed when one of the serving girls, Hilda, or was it Helga,
Listen to Magnus
asked me for a moment
Archive.
of my time. I obliged, and she said had I been asking about the old graveyard out in the forest. I told her yes, I had, and she paled ever so slightly. She told me that she never went near the place, that no one in the town did. You see, Jonah, apparently there was an old man in Schramberg by the name of Tobias Kohler.
Really similar to this.
He had lived nearly 80 years and told tales of when he was a child, and he and his friends would play a game they called Johann's Steps. It was a game of bravery, where you had to creep down as many steps as you could into the tomb of Johann von Württemberg until you were seen, and then run back out as fast as you could. Tobias would never say who or what you were seen by, and always ignored the question. Well, apparently the parents of these children found out about this game, and one of them, the mother of Tobias's friends Hans Winkler, decided to put an end to it. She stormed into the cemetery and, seeing Hans entering the museum for his turn, she ran inside after him and down the steps. None of the children saw what happened, but they all heard the scream. They fled back to town, and when they told of what had happened, the town priest, whose name Tobias does not remember, simply nodded, and gathering up 6 strong, though deeply fearful men, they headed out towards the cemetery. None of that party ever spoke of what they saw or found there, but Hans went to live with the Becker family out on their small farm. No one played Johann's Steps again, and the cemetery was once again left deserted. The only other thing Tobias remembered was that he had once heard a great-uncle refer to Johann von Württemberg as Ulrich's bastard, which, if the date on the coin was correct, may be referring to Ulrich I or Ulrich II, but either way, that place's history must stretch back almost 600 years. but now I feel I have talked around it long enough. I could fill a dozen more pages with preamble and research, yet none of that is why I have written to you as I have. No. I am writing to you to describe what I saw the last night I stayed at Wilhelm's, the event that led to my and Carla leaving a week earlier than we had planned. It was 3 days after I had heard Tobias's story that it happened. I had packed the coin and the book away in a fit of superstition and had decided to take a short stroll as the sun was setting. It was beautiful. The crimsons of the darkening sky danced upon what snow was left, staining it the deepest red. I walked around the house, smoking my pipe, until I came upon the tracks I had left when heading towards the old graveyard. As the snow melted, it had formed my footprints into packed dirt and ice that almost seemed to glow in the waning daylight. I gazed at them and froze. I had made 2 trips to the mausoleum that winter, and sure enough there were 2 stark sets of footprints heading north. But coming back towards the house, there were 3 sets of footprints. I felt the presence behind me, and I turned around. It was the man from the cemetery.
Cemetery.
His wide-brimmed hat was removed, and he stared at me. His head was completely bald.
Oh.
His eyes were missing. They were just empty sockets, but they stared at me. They saw me. Believe or dismiss anything else in my letter as you wish, Jonah, but I swear to you that I stood face to face with a man with no eyes, and he saw me. I backed away too quickly and slipped, falling hard upon the ground. In a second he was above me, and he smiled. He said something to me, but my mind was aflame with panic, and I didn't hear what it was. He reached towards me slowly, insolently, as though he sought to savor this moment and would not be rushed. Then, quite without warning, he stopped. His head snapped up to stare at something like a gun dog that hears a shot. He stood there, hand poised as though in indecision. And then he vanished, as though he had never been there. And I simply lay upon the ground, winded and afraid.
Naked and afraid.
Night had fallen by the time I finally pulled myself together enough to run back into the house and begin packing. I told Carla we had to leave as soon as possible, though was vague as to the reasons. I still haven't told her why. How do you tell your wife something like that has happened to you? We took the first coach the following morning and haven't stopped. I didn't even realize the coin was missing until I checked my luggage later. Whether to a light-fingered servant or just my own carelessness, it is gone, so I must apologize that I will not be able to share that particular piece of history with you. I must also apologize for the handwriting. I have been committing this to paper as well as can be done on a long coach journey. Still, I look forward to showing you the book I have acquired, and the revelations you will no doubt glean from it. Yours in trust, Albrecht. Statement ends. Always a treat to find a piece of history tucked into the wrong section of the archive.
Oh, wait, I get.
Still, I can't say I know much about Jonah Magnus or the origins of the Institute, so this is a rather pleasing discovery in some ways. Obviously, there isn't much follow-up to be done here, but to slake my own interest, I have done a little bit of digging myself, which I include here for completeness' sake.
Puppy moment?
I've only found one reference to any Johann von Württemberg in any of the German history reference material we have available. Jan Moira's Cradle of Germany, Württemberg Through the Centuries, mentions rumors that Ulrich I, Count of Württemberg, had a second son out of wedlock in 1255. No name is listed, but certain enemies of the Count were known to spread rumors that this exiled son was keeping the company of witches. 1279 was also the year that Ulrich I's successor, Ulrich II, died. This may simply have been coincidence, however, as he was succeeded by his half-brother, Eberhard I. Something else I stumbled across, quite by accident during my research, was in Grim Tales, H.T. Moncrief's exploration of unexplained and macabre deaths in early 19th century Europe.
Orange is our favorite.
It mentions a death
Orange
that
pop.
took place in Schramberg in 1816. The man, one Rudolf Ziegler,
You
was
should
found
get
dead
your
at his
thing.
home on the outskirts of town. What is interesting is that it says he worked in service on an estate nearby. Shortly after his death, one Wilhelm von Klosen was investigated for the crime, as it was discovered that the dead man had been stealing jewelry from the estate. It was eventually dropped, however, after 4 doctors attested that the ferocity of the wounds inflicted on Herr Ziegler were, and I quote, beyond the capacity of human violence. It was ruled an animal attack. I did try to find out what happened to Ulbrecht von Klosen and his book, but I can find no mention of him in any volume of history, nor anywhere online. Perhaps I might find out more if I spent months sifting through the historical statements in the archive's back rooms, but I simply don't have time to indulge my own curiosity like that. I have located a genealogy for Wilhelm von Klosen, though. He married and had children, and the family remained located in and around Schramberg for almost another century, before one branch emigrated to England in 1908. They had a daughter, Elsa, who went on to marry a man by the name of Michael Key in 1920. In 1924, they had one daughter, whose name was Mary Key. This may be simple coincidence, but it concerns me. End recording.
I'm really loving how these colors are coming out. Oh, this is so exciting.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I might do something different with the hat. Like the colors. Fiction story podcasts are so fun, yeah!
Rusty Quill presents
I love it.
The Magnus Archive.
Which one is this? This is... Where is it? Where'd it go? Is this the 24th one?
Episode 24.
Oh.
Strange music.
Of course it would tell me. I forgot that it does that.
Statement of Leanne Denikin regarding an antique calliope organ she possessed briefly in August 2004. Original statement given January 17th, 2005. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magenta,
The emote's so cute.
London.
Yum,
Statement
yum,
begins.
yum, 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 yum.
Let me be clear. I'm not scared of clowns. I don't find them funny.
This is perfect. Oh wait, I guess
really.
Wilhelm's done.
I've never understood why people would find grown men in stupid makeup and wigs funny or scary. It's the same with dolls. People talk about their cold, dead eyes, but they don't seem to have any problem with statues. I suppose now I've got good reason to be scared of both. I just want you to understand I wasn't seeing things out of fear. This happened. It didn't come as a surprise when my grandfather died last August. I'd been living with him for almost 2 years at his home in Bootle, looking after him through his illness. My mother was having her own difficulties at the time, and my good-for-nothing father wanted nothing to do with any of it, so looking after my grandpa came down to me. It wasn't so bad, really. My grandpa was a strange man at times. He'd been a carny for most of his life, working with travelling circuses and freak shows all over Europe, and was something of a recluse in his later years. He could also swear a blue streak a mile wide. Get him behind the keys of a piano, though, and I don't know anyone who could play as beautifully as he could. Like I say, it wasn't a surprise when he finally died, but I still found it difficult. As you may have guessed, I don't have a great relationship with my parents, and have always had some problems making friends, so when he went, it hit me hard. I didn't go out that week, or the next. I saw Joshua, my partner, I suppose you'd have called him. But aside from that, I didn't see anyone between Grandpa's death and the funeral. It was just me, Josh, and my mother. Grandpa had never been a churchgoer, but my mother had a lot of faith, so paid for a Methodist funeral, such as it was.
This is Phantom.
It was a hot,
This is a headmate of ours that he's a Ziz from Poppin' Music Fictive, and they use he/they/it pronouns.
It didn't really sink in for a while. The house had been the most home I'd had for so long that I always felt it was mine in some ways. Going through my grandpa's old papers and possessions was harder than I had expected. It was only reading some of his old letters that I discovered his birth name was Nikolai. He'd always just gone by Nick. Eventually, I sorted through everything. I had a small box of memories I wanted to keep, but I just wasn't up to
Hell yeah, it creature.
I decided to store them in the loft. I knew the house had one, although I had never been inside. It had always been locked. It wasn't a mystery or anything, just that my grandpa hadn't needed to get anything from up there while I was living with him.
Ooh.
At least I thought so. It was only then I realized I had never been inside it. More annoyingly, I quickly discovered that none of the keys I'd been given for the place were for the padlock. No luck searching for it around the rest of the house, either. In the end, I had to cut the lock off with a pair of bolts I found in the garage.
You don't become non-binary. The gender
Also
goblin shows everything.
so getting into the small square hole wasn't a problem.
Thank you. That was yummy, Gender.
Despite it being the middle of summer, the loft was cool, almost cold. I considered heading back down to get a torch and a jacket, but as I reached out my hand, it brushed against something which felt like a pull cord. I gave it a tug, and a small, weak bulb came to life, and I saw what was inside. When I had first remembered about the loft, I'd been annoyed. I thought there'd be so much more stuff up there, days more sorting to go through. But when I turned on the light, I saw that it was almost completely empty. The only things there were an old steamer trunk, a small stool, and a bright red calliope organ. The ceiling was higher than I expected as well. I could stand at my full height without stooping. I walked slowly towards the old steam organ. It was bright red and in excellent condition except for a thick layer of dust. There was a small brass plaque simply reading, "The Calliophone." The brass pipes that stuck out from the top still shone faintly under the dust, and I noticed that there was writing carved onto the cover of the keyboard. It read, "Be still, for there is strange music." I went to the steamer trunk next, and was surprised to find it unlocked. Opening it released a cloud of dust, and I coughed a few times before I got the heavy lid up. Inside were dolls. Lots of them.
Our whole
They looked
system is
old,
extremely vibing with
ragged,
Phantom's
and
outfit.
puffed bodies,
Oh,
topped with
silly
oversized round
Solidarity.
heads and large, painted eyes that stared up from their shadowed trunk. The hair
I'm
on
glad
each was
you love
intricate
it.
and woolen.
Me too.
And while they certainly weren't the sort of dolls a ventriloquist would use, the heads had similar mouths, wooden blocks that would have opened and closed to simulate speech. At least, they should have had. Almost all of them had had their jaw block roughly torn off, leaving nothing but jagged splinters between their cheeks. There were 23 dolls I counted in total, and only one of them still had its jaw intact. It was the oldest looking by far, and was a small clown doll. Its threadbare body was white and purple polka dot, with 3 pom-poms down the front, and a ruff just below the head.
3! I gotta add another one. I'm just
no
kidding.
woolen hair left, but instead there was a tall, pointed white cap on top. Its face was painted a pure white, and its eyes were shut, with black lines drawn across them. The only color was a splash of red across the hinged jaw. A smile.
It would be fun to like rewind this and like
I said,
write down the
I'm not
description
scared
and
of
make a
clowns, and
character
I'm not scared
based
of
off of that.
The thing was ugly, though. I was kind of
Ugly.
relieved, actually, to have found some of my grandpa's old
That
things that I would
does it.
have no problem throwing away. Or maybe selling. They were definitely antiques, so they might have been worth something. In any case, I put the nasty-looking clown doll back in the box and closed the lid. I definitely closed the lid. I went back over to the Calliope.
I thought it was pronounced Calliope.
You're
Calliope.
back early. I thought you were trying to get hold of those police reports for the Harold Sylvana case.
Tried and succeeded. They were actually quite helpful.
Oh. Well, good work.
So, do we know if it's pronounced Calliope or Calliope?
I have also heard it said as Calliope.
Seriously? By who?
Americans.
Ah.
As far as I can tell, there isn't a correct pronunciation. But they were originally named after the Greek muse Calliope, so...
Are people going to understand that it's from Greek mythology?
If they are working for the Magnus Institute, then I would hope so.
I've just heard it more often as Calliope.
Statement resumes. I went back over to the Calliope. There was no lock on the lid, or any switch that I could see on the outside. I opened it, and the keys inside shone as though they had just been polished. Now, at the time, I didn't know how a Calliope worked. I just thought it was like a weird pipe piano. I didn't know that there needed to be a blower working for the thing to play, and even if I had, I wouldn't have known where to find one or how to use it. By rights, when I sat in front of it and pressed the first key down, nothing should have happened. The 4 tall rows of brass whistles should have remained silent. Instead, there came a loud, howling tone from one of the pipes, and I almost fell off my seat in surprise. I remember once hearing that the sound of a steam organ could be heard from over a mile away, and when that shrill whistle sounded, I could believe it. I started to play a tune. My grandpa had had a piano once. It had broken years before, and he'd never had the money to replace it, but he had taught me the basics. There was one tune that, when I was a child, I always insisted he play to me. He never told me its name, if it even had one. I always used to just call it Faster, Faster, by way of a description.
My favorite song, Faster, Faster.
Upbeat circus melody that started out almost unbearably slow and gathered in tempo, getting faster and faster until my grandpa's fingers
Gotta go
were a blur.
fast.
He always indulged me when I asked him to play it, and now I played it for him. The The wailing whistles were almost deafening in that cramped space. I knew I'd probably be hearing from the neighbors about it, but I didn't care. I just played. The tune got faster, more frantic, and I felt something building inside me. It was like final closure for the loss of my grandpa was just out of reach, and if I got faster, if I played with enough speed, I could catch it. But my finger slipped, and the music abruptly became a discordant cacophony. I was never as good as Grandpa Nick. I sat there in silence for a minute. When I turned to leave, though, I saw that the old steamer trunk was open, and the clown doll lay on top of the pile. Even though its painted eyes were still shut, it felt like it was looking at me. Its smile seemed slightly wider than before. I shut the trunk and climbed down the ladder. I didn't really think about the weird things in the loft over the next week or so. I had too much else to do. It was only when Josh was next round and asked me why the small hole into the attic was open that I remembered. I told him I had something cool to show him and got the ladder out. He was suitably impressed by the calliope, but freaked out a bit over the dolls. I didn't realize he was scared of them. He made me shut the steamer trunk almost as soon as he saw them, and kept looking over to make sure it was closed. I decided not to tell him about the first time it had popped open. He asked if I could play anything on the ancient steam organ, and so I sat down and began to play my grandpa's old circus tune. Again, I began to pick up speed, to play faster and faster as the whistles began to shriek. I felt a hand touch mine firmly, abruptly stopping the music. Josh stood there, shaking slightly, his face deathly pale. On impulse, I looked over to the chest of dolls, but the lid was firmly shut.
Maybe like
I asked him what was wrong, and he said he didn't know, he just wanted to leave. Now. So we did.
Welcome home, you!
And I lowered the wooden trapdoor behind us. The next few weeks were unpleasant. I don't want to go into detail. Let's just say I discovered that Josh was just another asshole after all. Our relationship was already going through a rocky patch. It didn't help that in those last weeks he became moody, short-tempered, constantly on edge. When I finally found out that he had... it doesn't matter. We broke up. It left me pretty much destroyed, coming so soon after my grandpa's death. I just tuned everything out again. Eventually, it was tripping over a box that did it. One of the ones I'd put all my grandpa's stuff into and never actually got round to putting in the loft. I decided to just get it over with. I guess I hoped a tidier house would give me more space to think. So for the third time, I got out that ladder and climbed into the loft. It didn't take as long to store all the boxes as I'd thought, and within an hour I was done. I had been so intent on packing away all my memories that I hadn't even looked at the old steamer trunk. As I went to climb down, I glanced over, and I froze.
They named a drink after Fuki.
The lid was open again, and the clown doll was on top. It wasn't looking at me this time. Instead, it seemed to be facing a doll I hadn't seen before. This one still had its jaw as well, and I swear, it looked just like Josh.
Josh from Until Dawn?
Jacket, same old jeans. Its black woolen hair even did that flicky thing he always spent so long getting right. It was lying against the side of the box, and I swear, it looked like the clown was reaching for it. I slammed the box lid down and got the hell out of there. I bought a padlock the next day. Now, I've brought a copy of the police report I gave, because you have to believe me that I did not play that calliope again. I had nothing to do with what happened to Josh. I came home from the cinema about a week later to find that my house, had been broken into. Here, it's all in the report on the burglary I gave to the police. The front door lock was shattered and it swung gently to and fro. At first I ran into my living room, my bedroom, but nothing had been taken. The electronics, my jewelry, it was untouched. I felt my stomach drop as I realized and ran towards the loft. Sure enough, it was open. The padlock torn from its hook.
Oh, thank
The
you,
calliope
Noel.
and the steamer trunk were gone. They questioned my neighbors about it. None of them had seen anything except for Mrs. Harlow next door, who said she noticed two people taking out pieces of red sheet metal and brass pipes.
And I can share again for anyone who hasn't seen. I want to remember the color tonight.
She thought I was having some things moved. The police never
This
found
is
them.
our headmate, Harmony.
Need you to believe that. To know I didn't play the
This is
thing.
Machine.
It wasn't my fault what happened to Josh.
This is
God knows I
Magenta
hated
for a
it enough back
PNG
then,
tuber I want to do.
I could never have called anything like that upon
And
him.
this is Skitter.
Not like that. I don't suppose you need me to tell you how they found him. 4 days later, dead in his room. His throat was crushed, and his jaw was torn clean off. The police never found it.
I think you Fable.
I wouldn't have thought of it, really. Wouldn't have put it all together even then. Not if it hadn't been for the fact that in the last days of our relationship, Josh had broken down. He told me that he still heard
Someone
the
killed
gentle
Fluttershy.
far off when he was alone. And it had been getting gradually closer. I mean, they say you can hear one from almost a mile away. Statement ends. While I have what I would consider to be some natural reservations about a tale of murderous clown dolls, there are a few things that make me more inclined than usual to believe this statement. Firstly, as Ms. Denikin mentioned, she did provide a copy of the official police report into the burglary, which includes testimony from one Irene Harlow that appears to confirm Ms. Denikin did possess both a steamer trunk and calliope organ, so those at least existed. The death of Joshua Drury is also at least as mysterious as she made it sound. In addition to his jaw being torn clean off his skull, residual evidence indicates that his throat was crushed with some sort of rope, apparently woven out of thick wool. There was no evidence of a struggle or of forced entry, no DNA evidence of anyone in the room aside from himself. No one was ever arrested for the crime. When discussing this case, Tim said it reminded him of some articles he'd read on traveling circuses in Russia and Poland during the early 20th century. On a whim, I hunted down a few of the volumes he mentioned in the Institute's library, and sure enough, on page 43 of Gregory Petrie's Freaks and Followers, Circuses in the 1940s, I found a reproduction of an old black and white photograph. It shows a small group of carnival workers, a contortionist, a fire eater, 2 strongmen, a ringmaster, and an organist sitting behind a calliope. The photograph is labeled as being from 1948 and taken in Minsk, Russia.
You can see I tried to draw the other one and kind of gave up because I realized I can just copy the one that I like and flip it.
The name of the troupe, Cirque Drogova, the circus of the other. The name rings a bell, but I can't find any other reference to it. Ms. Denikin emigrated to Southeast Asia 2 years ago, so was unavailable for any follow-up, but I'm sure there must be more on this somewhere in the archives, because I know for a fact that sitting in the Magnus Institute's artifact storage is a bright red calliophone steam organ. When I asked Elias, he just told me that the record of its acquisition was probably in the archive somewhere. and no one else knows anything beyond the fact that it was acquired somewhere in 2007. The keyboard cover is firmly locked, and scratched into the surface are the words, "Be still, for there is strange music." End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening. Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
What if the next episode is about an angel Pegasus?
Episode 25, Growing Dark.
I mean, it could be about... Just kidding.
Statement of
like
Mark Billum regarding events culminating in his visit to Hither Green Chapel. Original statement given April 19th, 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute.
Jealous I didn't show up on another system, getting basically free art of my OC session.
Let's get one thing straight right now. I don't think I should be here. What happened was really weird, and I'm pretty sure it was illegal, but it can't have been actually supernatural, like ghosts and stuff. That's not real. No offense,
That's
I guess.
not real.
I'm just here because I told Kathy what happened and she insisted that I tell your institute. She's more open to that kind of thing than me. Maybe that's why she chose to live with Natalie. Sorry, I should start at the beginning. Kathy's my girlfriend, Catherine Harper. We've been dating about a year and a half now. She graduated last year, but I'm doing a medical degree, so I'm not leaving London for another couple of years. She managed to get a job as a trainee teacher up in East Ham, so ended up staying as well. I've got to say I'm glad about it. I'm not sure how good I'd be at a long-distance relationship. Anyway, the original plan was to move in together sooner, but stuff didn't match up properly, and this was before she got the job, so she had to move back with her parents for a while. Long story short, I had to get a house share with some other med students,
Headmates drink
and she came
free.
up later, moving in with Natalie Ennis. I don't know where Kathy met her. They've always been friends. But I don't think she was at uni with us. She never talked about it if she was. Kathy grew up in London, so maybe they were friends from school or something. She seemed nice when I met her. Quiet, but nice. She was very serious, though.
Aww.
I don't know if I ever actually heard her laugh.
Sure, anything is a
Maybe she
thing.
just didn't find my jokes funny. Who knows? She was religious, too.
I don't know if
never
that
had
makes
much time
sense.
for God myself, and Kathy didn't either. That's why I was kind of
I
surprised.
don't know if
the
there
first
can
time I
ever
visited
be
her
an
place
experience
found a
that
framed
isn't felt
Bible
by
quote on the
someone
wall.
out there.
Can't remember what it was. Something about Jesus and faith. I don't really know Bible stuff. Kathy said it was Natalie's. She didn't mind her putting it up there in the living room. Kathy's nice like that, you know? Just letting people be themselves. Me and Natalie didn't get on. I don't know if you picked up on that. We didn't hate each other or anything like that. We just didn't have anything in common. She didn't really watch TV or movies, and I didn't know anything about crochet, politics, or God, which were pretty much her only interests. Kathy was always trying to get her to come out with us, and she'd just say no, which was fine by me. She always seemed happy enough, though, hooking me on to whatever she was making at the time, reading some boring book on the political history of the bonnet or something. That changed last October, when Natalie's mum died. I don't know how it happened exactly. Heart failure, I think? It was sudden, I know that much. And it hit her hard. I mean, obviously it did, it was her mum, but I think she lost her faith. The Bible quote wasn't on the wall the next time I went over, and when I asked Kathy about it, she gave me a look like I shouldn't bring it up. I didn't see much of Natalie after that. She was still around. I'd sometimes see her heading into the kitchen to get some food or tea or something. But apart from that, she just stayed in her room. So far, so normal, right? You lose your mum and it messes you up. That month was sad, but it's not what Kathy wanted us to talk to you about. No. It was what happened afterwards. It was after Natalie found her new church. It was Kathy who told me about it. This must have been about 2 months after Natalie's mum died. I must have asked how she was doing, if she was feeling any better. Kathy said that, yeah, she was. Apparently she'd found a new congregation and seemed to be getting some comfort there. She hadn't been crying so much at night, Kathy said, and hadn't been quite as prickly when she tried to talk. I noticed that the Bible quote hadn't gone back up, though. I thought if she was doing better, I'd probably see Natalie around more when I stayed with Kathy, but if anything, she seemed to almost completely disappear. She never seemed to be there when I went over. I'd see her leave in the evening and come home early in the morning just as the sky was starting to get light. She'd go straight into her room, ignoring us completely. When I asked her where she'd been one time, she just told me, church. I asked her a few more questions, but she stared at me in this weird way until I got freaked out and left the room. I joked with Kathy that her flatmate was turning into a vampire, but instead of laughing, she just got defensive and said that Natalie couldn't be a vampire. Then she started listing times she'd seen her in the sunlight before just kind of trailing off. I think we both realized how messed up it was if she could list the number of times she'd seen Natalie in daylight. Other strange stuff began to happen around the flat as well. The light bulbs kept blowing to begin with. Well, that's not entirely true. It always seemed to be that when we got in after dark, we'd try to turn on the lights and, well, nothing would happen. At first we just threw the old bulbs out and replaced them, but it kept happening. We checked the fuses, the sockets. Kathy even called the landlord to have someone check out the wiring, but it all seemed fine. The lights kept not working, though. Then I had a thought. The next time it happened, instead of changing the light bulb, I just tightened it. And just like that, it turned back on. The first time this happened, I was so surprised I nearly fell off the chair I was stood on. The bulbs hadn't been breaking. Someone had been unscrewing them. Not much, not enough that we could spot it, just enough for them to not work. I say someone had been doing this, but there was only one person it could have been. For some reason, Natalie had been unscrewing all the light bulbs in the flat every chance she got. That was also when Kathy started to look so tired. She kept nodding off when we went out for dinner and would often zone out if we were watching TV. I asked her about it, but she just brushed it off and said she hadn't been sleeping well.
What the
It
heck,
wasn't until she got so tired she almost walked out in front of a car while she was crossing the road that I finally got her to tell me what was going on. She said that Natalie had started staying home at nights, but she was so loud that it stopped her sleeping. Natalie would wander through the living room and sing in a language Kathy didn't know, and the tune was so discordant that it set her teeth on edge. Natalie would stop singing if she came into the living room, but would then just move to her room and the song would start again. Kathy even said that when Natalie did leave, always at night, there would still be the sound of movement from her room. Shuffling, thumping noises, and occasionally the sound of something being knocked onto the floor. She'd come close to opening the door so often, but could never bring herself to do so. It seemed to be louder when she was trying to sleep. Once she thought it had moved into the living room, but she didn't go out to check. So no, Kathy wasn't getting much sleep. She started staying over with me a lot, as she said she just couldn't handle living alone with Natalie. One night, she arrived at my house almost in tears. I took her up to my room and sat her on the bed. She stared at me for a few seconds, and I was about to ask what was wrong when she started to speak. She said that Natalie had tried to convert her. She had come to Kathy's room earlier that night, knocked on the door, very polite. She'd seemed cheerier than she had since her mum's death, and asked if Kathy wanted to have some dinner and talk. Now, obviously Kathy had wanted to discuss moving out for months, but she'd never been in a fit state, so she jumped at the chance. The dining room was dark. Natalie must have unscrewed the light bulb again, because the switch did nothing. Thin slivers of moonlight coming through the curtains gave just enough light to see the table, and two bowls at either end. Natalie sat at one end and waved for Kathy to sit at the other. Kathy had wanted to run, but didn't know quite how to do so. She said it would have felt rude, so she sat down and tried to eat what Natalie had prepared. She thought it might have been spinach, but if so, it must have been boiled for far too long, and all that remained was a stringy, limp mush.
Ew.
It was stone cold, and she could barely get through 2 forkfuls before she started to retch. It was so slimy.
Gross.
She pushed it away as gently as she could. She said Natalie just watched, not even glancing at her own bowl. Finally, Kathy managed to get the nerve to speak, and told her she wanted to move out. There was silence for a long second. Then Natalie had said she did as well. I'll admit I sighed with relief when Kathy said that, but she shook her head and continued. Natalie had begun to speak, longer and in more detail than she had for a long time. She said that she needed to move out, that she had a new home to be going to, a new family. She said that they were all going, that 300 years was a long time to wait, but she was lucky to have found it so close to the end. She said that it wasn't long until they were collected by Mr. Pitch. She said that Kathy could come too if she liked. She could be saved. It was at this point Kathy realized Natalie was talking about her church. She became very scared and stood up, telling Natalie thanks, but she wasn't really one for Christian worship. And Natalie laughed at this. Laughed long and hard, never breaking eye contact. She had said, "No, but you're a natural for them.
What?
You're worshipping as we speak." It was at that point Kathy ran and came over to my house. Natalie hadn't tried to stop her. At this point, I was angry as all hell. If Natalie wanted to join some weird cult, and by that point we were both sure that's what it was, then that was her business. But she was scaring Kathy. There was no way I was going to let that stand. I told her that I was going over to her flat, was going to have it out with Natalie. I don't know what I was going to do. I mean, I wasn't going to hit her or anything. I just needed to make it clear that you couldn't just screw with people's lives like this. Kathy told me not to go, but she wasn't in any fit state to stop me. I got in the car and started to drive. It was an overcast night, and without the moon, the streets were dark. The lamps on the road seemed
Aw, the
dull, and even my
emote's so
headlights didn't reach as
cute.
far as I thought they should. It wasn't far to the small house. I didn't expect any lights to be on, but the silent darkness of the place still sent a shiver down my spine. I had a key to the door and let myself in. I'd taken a torch from my car, and sure enough, the lights weren't turning on. The hallway was silent, but my nerves were on edge, and I started to look through each room in turn. Nothing. There was no sign of Natalie at all. I stood there, in front of her room. It just had a normal wooden fire door, but my hand still hesitated as I reached to open it. I knew it was empty. By now I was sure she wasn't home. Still, I was starting to feel that fear that Kathy had described, and I saw that my hand was shaking. I tried to ignore it, grit my teeth, and I opened the door. The room inside was empty, as I had thought. But it wasn't just that Natalie was out. It was completely bare. No furniture, no possessions, nothing. The carpet had been torn up, leaving the bare floorboards exposed, and the wallpaper had been stripped from the wall. All of it had been stuffed and nailed up against the room's only window, leaving it completely covered. No light from outside got through, and the torch was the only reason I could see at all. I started to look around for any clue to what Natalie had been doing or where she had been. In the corner, half slipped between the boards, I spotted a piece of paper. It was small and thick, and seemed to have something written on it. Picking it up, I saw it had 3 words on it. Hither green dissenters. The other side had a symbol of some kind written in thick marker pen. A curved line with 4 straight lines coming off one side of it, like a closed eye. I kept the paper, and your institute can have it if you want. It's not like the police were interested in it. I called Kathy to tell her what I'd found. She was worried about me, but also about Natalie. Whatever this weird church was that she'd joined, I think we both reckoned it might be bad for her. Really bad. Kathy wanted to phone the police, but I told her there just wasn't enough for it to be a crime. Not yet. I told her I'd keep looking. I might have lied, to be honest, and said I was just going to look around the house more, but... well, I did a search for Hither Green Dissenters, and it looked like there was an old abandoned chapel. The Hither Green Dissenters Chapel in a graveyard near Lewisham. I had decided that I needed to check it out. No idea what I was hoping to find. Enough to call the police in, I guess. By now it was just past midnight, and the drive down wasn't too difficult. There was still that thickness to the night, a heavy gloom that deadened all light, like someone had turned the brightness down on London. I found a parking spot not too far away from Hither Green Cemetery, and started to walk towards it. The iron gates stood wide open, so I went in. The graveyard itself wasn't as bad as I'd feared. If anything, it felt quite peaceful. The darkness seemed right for it, and the stones stood silent and firm. I walked along the path until my light fell across a small building. The chapel. It was tiny, surrounded by temporary fencing that looked like it had been there long enough to become permanent. It had a single pointed bell tower, and the windows were covered with old boards that looked like they'd seen the worst of the rain. There was only a single entrance, a pair of double doors set at the front. To my surprise, they stood open. I called out Natalie's name, shouted, and asked if anyone was in there. But there was only silence. I shouldn't have gone in. Of course I shouldn't have gone in. I'm not that stupid. I've never been that stupid. But for some reason, standing there in that dark, empty cemetery, I made the decision to look inside. It was easy to squeeze past the barriers. I still had my torch with me, but it didn't shine very far in. I entered slowly, casting my light over everything, just in case there was some hooded cultist freaks waiting to jump me. But there were only old broken pews, discarded bottles and cigarette ends, the normal detritus any abandoned building collects. was just about to turn around and leave when my torch died. Immediately, I was plunged into complete darkness. No light was coming in through the door. I couldn't even see where the door was. Everything around me was pitch black. I tried to get the torch to turn back on, turning the bulb and hitting it in a near panic. I tried to take the batteries out and put them back in, but I couldn't see anything, and I ended up fumbling and dropping them. I knelt down and tried to feel where they were, but the ground felt odd. I hadn't paid much attention to it when I first came in, but the floor had been chipped, dusty, and covered with a layer of junk. But when I started to feel around for the batteries, it felt smooth and clean and very cold, like marble or something. I called out for help, but my voice just echoed in the silence. And the singing started.
Ooh.
It seemed like there were dozens of voices, but they didn't match together.
Hi,
right.
I'm Justin, and
Some
I'm
were
friends
singing
with
really high,
Snuggle.
and others so low it made
Oh,
my teeth
hi.
hurt. The words were in some other language, but I remember they kept coming together for the words Ni Alisand or Alisant, I think. I was freaking out, so I got to my feet and started to walk forward as fast as I was able, my hands stretched out in front of me in case I hit anything. The chapel couldn't have been more than 30 feet long, maybe 20 wide, but I walked for well over a minute without hitting anything. I just staggered through the complete darkness with that awful singing everywhere. At one point, I honestly thought I might have died and gone to hell. Finally, my fingers brushed against something. It was cold like the floor, but rough. It felt like rusted metal. Thin strips of rusted metal in a crisscross pattern, with small gaps between. At least that's what it felt like. I didn't hold on to them for very long, because as my hands rested there, I felt fingers reach through the holes and try to grab me. I couldn't see them, but they felt leathery as they brushed against my skin. I screamed and leapt back, falling to the floor, and as I did so, I felt something hard jab me in the hip. It was my phone. In all that had happened, I'd forgotten I had it. I reached in and pressed the button, and the screen lit up, faint and barely visible, but I started crying like it was the first light I had seen in months.
Yeah.
It didn't light up anything
That's
else, but as the singing began to crescendo,
we had
I
Scooper meow
desperately
into
went
the
to torch
mic
function
with
and turned it
Gadget's
on.
voice filter on for that.
And
Same with the
it
gravy
did turn
one.
on in a sudden flash of brilliance, and the singing stopped. In the silence, I shone the makeshift torch in front of me and saw a broken pew. The floor was once again covered in junk, and I could see the doorway behind me, leading out into the night. I
Yeah.
ran, calling Kathy first and then the police. They didn't
Have
find
you heard the
anything, of
gravy
course.
one?
They gave me a telling off about trespassing and took down a missing person report about Natalie. Nothing was found, and as far as I know, she's still gone. I didn't tell Kathy exactly what happened for a few weeks, but when I finally did, she made me come here and talk to you. I think that's everything. Can we go now? Statement ends. The last section, naturally, is the one that invites my skepticism,
Double
but
gravy.
let us disregard that for now and discuss the other aspects. Sasha has confirmed that Natalie Ennis was reported missing by Mr. Billum on March the 11th, 2015. There were no leads regarding her location beyond the piece of paper mentioned in the statement, and no traces of any church or cult was found within the Hither Green Dissenters Chapel or the graveyard surrounding it. When we contacted Mr. Billum and Ms. Harper to follow up, neither of them had heard from her in the intervening year, nor did they have anything to add to the statement. The symbol upon the piece of paper does indeed resemble a stylized closed eye, and there are enough other parallels to statement 00203112 to make me suspect, and a suspicion is all that it is at present, that the People's Church of the Divine Host may still be in existence. Also of note, the words Ni Alasund. I don't know for sure if Mr. Billum remembered them correctly, but Tim pointed out that Ni Alasund is actually a small town in Norway. In fact, except for research installations, it is the most northerly human settlement on Earth, located at a latitude of north 785530. It is a company town, owned and operated by Outer Bay, but what it has to do with Mr. Billum's account is anyone's guess, assuming it isn't all coincidence. That far north, during the winter, nights can last for a very long time. Martin found one other thing while combing through police reports for the Hither Green area. About a month after the statement was given, on May 15th, 2015,
You're thinking of
police were
swapping
called
the
out
blue
to
and
once again
white.
investigate the chapel. Neighbors had apparently heard screams from inside just after 11 p.m.
Maybe having a light.
When officers arrived, they found nothing to indicate any sort of incident or foul play. I'd be content enough to ignore this, if it wasn't for the fact that, according to the official file, May 15th, 2015, was the day Gertrude Robinson, my predecessor, passed away. End recording.
I don't know, is it you? Is it
The Magnus Archives
something
is a
that
podcast distributed
everyone
by
feels where it's hard to make a character with a lot of white because it feels like they're not colored in?
International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com.
I think they should make
Thanks for listening.
a competitor website for Twitter and call it like Squawker or something. I think it would be funny. See, the really light blue looks gray to me. But really light, if you like cyan, looks green. What kind of color we're happy with?
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 26. A Distortion.
I actually think we like this kind of light cyan. Maybe like this for the bow.
Are you sure you're alright to do this now? You can take a few days off to recover if you need.
No, it's fine. Tim's getting me a coffee, and I'd rather get this down while it's still fresh in my mind. Besides, you didn't give Martin any time off when he had a bad experience.
Martin had to start living in the archives. I mean, I could hardly give him a holiday in the office. Anyway, he wasn't injured.
It's just a scratch, John. I'll be fine.
John?
Can we begin?
Okay. Statement of Sasha James, Assistant Archivist at the Magnus Institute, London, regarding...
Let's just call it a series of paranormal sightings.
Statement recorded direct from subject, 2nd of April, 2016.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the halo.
Right. Well, I'm sure you know, I was skeptical about how dangerous this Jane Prentice was when you first suggested
I feel like
Martin
this
stay
one
in the
needs to be
archive.
a little smaller.
I mean, it's not that I didn't believe him about what happened. It just seemed... Well, Martin is a great researcher, but his self-preservation instincts are not the strongest. And to be frank, I thought that if this Prentice were a danger everyone seemed to think, then he'd almost certainly be dead. Don't get me wrong, I mean, I've read the same statements and profiles as you, so I know how many people have died because of her. What was it? 6 hospital staff when she was first admitted?
6 from colonization and a 7th with a broken neck from her escape.
But that was 2 years ago, and whatever she is now, it sounds like her condition is degenerating. I just wasn't sure how much damage she'd still be capable of. So I guess I didn't take as much care as I should have when I was coming into the institute yesterday. The thing is, I'm still not sure how much of a threat she is.
I think I actually want to
plenty of those silver worm things squirming about outside, same as you, and I made a point to step on them every time. What happened just made things more complicated, I guess. I'm not really sure what to think. I'll start with the first thing I noticed. I live up near Finsbury Park, and my building is old, Victorian, I think, and though it's been repaired and maintained quite well, it's got all sorts of strange little quirks.
Horsey.
One of these is the windows. The actual windows in the flats are fine, but the stairwell, they have slightly warped glass, where the windows have those little bubbles. Looking down on the street below can be a bit strange, as the glass bends the light and distorts whatever's below it. I never really paid much attention to it until a few days ago, but it's not a new thing.
I like the eyebrows.
It was the day before yesterday when I first saw it. When I'm heading down the stairs in the morning, I sometimes like to spend a few seconds looking out of the window at the people on the street below. I'll move my head so that I see them through the warped glass, and they'll distort like a funhouse mirror. It's a bit daft, but I have a pretty dreary commute down to Victoria, so I take my fun where I can get it. Well, on that morning, I paused before the window and noticed one of the warped figures below was off, slightly. It looked too tall. The limbs and body were very thin and almost wavy, like they didn't have any structure or bones in them.
Sasha's voice reminds me of Eliza. What's her name from Bugsnax? Lizbert?
They seemed to be stretched and inflated by the distorted light until they were almost the size of the rest of the torso. Their fingers were long and stiff.
I accidentally muted myself in voice mod. How did I do that?
It stood completely motionless.
What?
And I could feel it staring at me.
It's weird.
Moving my head to the side, I saw that the actual person I had been looking at was a large man with long blonde hair. He was neither stood still nor facing me, instead moving around the display of the flower shop opposite my building. Nothing about the guy seemed especially out of place, but I made a mental note to keep a lookout for him. I checked again through the bubble of the bended glass, and again I saw that tall figure with its limp arms and huge hands. Now, you know me, John. I'm not exactly the bravest person in the world. I generally avoid horror, and I tend to stay off roller coasters in the rare situation I have a chance to ride them. So I was surprised as anyone that this undeniably sinister figure wasn't causing me more distress. I mean, I was a bit nervous, sure.
I've never had any direct experience with the supernatural before,
really
hard to see
and the more I
because the
looked and
background.
checked and double-checked, the more sure I was that supernatural was exactly what it was. To be honest, I was surprised how quickly I accepted that. I've always considered myself a bit of a skeptic, and until recently I'd have said working at the Institute only made me more so. Anyway, I watched it for about 10 minutes until the blonde man brought a small bunch of lilies and walked away. Once he was gone, the distorted figure with the long hands disappeared as well. I headed down into the street and over to the flower shop. The woman working there gave me a bit of a confused look when I asked if there had just been a tall blonde man in her shop. She said yes, there had, and no, she hadn't noticed anything strange. And was I looking to buy some flowers? I was quite confused myself, and on a bit of an edge when I left. I was already late for work though, so I decided to ignore it and just keep an eye out. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before I saw him again. There's a small cafe I generally pop into when I head to work in the morning.
Pop in?
I love the Institute's building, of course.
Like the music?
But from a money point of view, I really wish it wasn't in Chelsea. Everything around here is so expensive. I generally walk down from Victoria Station. It's a long walk, but quite pretty, and it gives me a chance to pick up a coffee on the way. As I said, I was running late that morning, so I was a bit conflicted about whether to get one, but as I looked in the window, I saw a familiar figure at one of the corner tables. Again, the blonde guy wasn't looking in my direction, nor did he seem to give any indication that he was aware of my existence. He was there, though, and I was on the verge of walking in and confronting him when I noticed the time and decided getting to work was more important. Besides, what's that old saying? Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. I decided that if he turned up a 3rd time, then I would ask him something. I don't really know what I was planning to ask him. Are you secretly a monster? Probably would have been a great opener. When I got here, I realised I needn't have worried so much about the time. You were having some argument with Tim about, who's that architect he's obsessed with?
Robert Smirk.
Yeah, that's the one. So I was starting to regret not getting a coffee and talking to tall, blonde and monster, since it didn't seem like I'd have missed much. I got on with my work, did some filing, cross-checked a few statements with police incident reports. I mean, I guess I don't need to tell you what a day working the archives entails. It was a quiet day, aside from when Martin thought he saw one of those silver worms and we spent half an hour checking for it.
Yes, I remember.
Come on, it's not his fault he's being stalked by some weird living hive.
I know, but it would have to have been Martin, wouldn't it? I mean, anything goes wrong around here, it always seems to happen to him. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Why didn't you report this?
Seriously? If a member of the public came in, you would have torn that statement to shreds. No, I figured I'd get more evidence, or it wasn't worth mentioning. Nothing else had happened until I left work. It must have been about 6:30, so the sun was just about starting to go down, and I headed back up towards Victoria. The first thing I noticed out of the ordinary was that the cafe was still open. Normally they shut up about 6 o'clock, but the lights were on and the door was open. I couldn't see anyone behind the counter though, and there was only one customer. He sat there in the exact same position he'd been in that morning, drinking what could easily have been the exact same coffee. I looked around to see if there was anyone else who could confirm what I was seeing. The street was empty, but as I looked, a car drove past. In the curving glass of its tinted windows, I saw him there, the weird, distorted body, rail thin and limp, the hands huge and sharp. And then the car passed on, and I turned back to see a normal-looking man. But now, for the first time, he was looking at me. He gestured to the chair across from him, clearly inviting me inside. I don't know why I wasn't more scared going in there, but I wasn't. My curiosity apparently conquered my nervousness. He didn't speak when I sat down, and I saw his coffee cup was empty. Whatever was inside had dried up hours ago. He seemed to be waiting for me to ask him a question. So I asked him what he was. He laughed at this, the first sound I'd heard him make, and it sounded unnatural, like he was laughing very quietly, but someone had turned up the volume so I could hear it. He said it didn't matter what he was, that he couldn't describe it even if he wanted to. What was the phrase he used? How would a melody describe itself when asked? This put my back up a bit, to be honest, and I told him if he was going to talk in cheap riddles, I was just going to leave. He actually apologised. Told me I could call him Michael. I didn't want to call him Michael. It didn't seem to fit somehow, and the way he said it made me think that it definitely was not his name. Still, it wasn't like I had any other name for him. No, not for him. For it. It sat there, clearly waiting for me to ask another question, so I did. I asked it what it wanted and was told that it wanted to help.
Help? With what?
That's what I said. Did it want to stop Jane Prentice? It laughed that weird laugh again and told me that I had no idea what was really going on. It didn't sound like it had any intention of telling me, though. It just seemed like it was amused by my attempts to understand. Then it said it didn't care if I or my companions lived or died, but that the flesh hive was always rash. It said it wanted to be friends. When it said that, it put its hand in mine, and it may have looked like a human hand, but it was heavy. It felt like a wet leather bag full of heavy stones, sharp stones. I pulled my hand away quickly and got up to leave. By this point, I was just about sick of this weird thing that looked like a person, but was not a person, and talked in riddles. It made no move to stop me as I headed towards the door. As I was about to exit, though, it called after me and said if I was interested
Signed,
in saving
it's
your
at
life,
Magnus
it
Institute,
would be
yeah.
waiting at Hamwell Cemetery.
Sorry, saving my life?
Yeah, it called you by name. You and Martin and Tim.
That's unsettling.
It really was. At the time, I just tried to ignore it. I went home and I got as much sleep as I could. I don't know if you noticed how tired I was yesterday, what with Tim's April Fool's joke and everything.
Don't remind me.
Well, I was a bit of a mess. I checked the cafe on the way in and on the way home. I even went down there on my lunch, but Michael wasn't there. Part of me wanted to tell you about it immediately, to make a statement, but even if you believe me, I knew you'd try and talk me out of going to Hamwell Cemetery, and I had just about made my mind up to go. I didn't know if what Michael had said was a threat or a warning or just a lie, but I decided I couldn't take the chance, so I went to the cemetery. The sun was starting to go down when I got there, and the gates of the graveyard were lit with a bright orange of the dying light. It had been raining earlier that day, and the pools of water reflected the vivid colours of the sky. Hanwell is an old cemetery, and past the walls I could see the weathered old gravestones standing silent. As it turned out, I didn't have to go inside. Michael was waiting for me next to the tall iron gates when I arrived. I caught a glimpse of its reflection in one of the deep pools of rainwater, and shuddered as I saw it again, the warped body and swollen, bony hands. It didn't say anything when I arrived, just nodded at me to follow. I have no idea how long it stood there waiting for me. I expected to go into the graveyard, but instead, Michael started walking down the road towards a nearby row of houses. The sign on the road said, Azalea Close. Most of the buildings were in good repair, but there was one at the end that looked abandoned. It might have been a pub at one point, but now all the windows were boarded with metal sheets and covered with dirt and graffiti. The door, however, was open and swinging gently. Michael went inside, clearly expecting me to follow, so I did. Inside was dark and dusty. I was annoyed with myself that I hadn't thought to bring a torch, but just enough of the setting sun came through the door for me to see by. It clearly had once been a pub, and the bar appeared to be intact, though riddled with woodworm. Sitting on top of it was what looked like a builder's kit with a toolbox and a small fire extinguisher. I was just about to ask Michael why we were here when I heard it. A low, wet groan coming from the far end of the room where the light didn't reach. It sounded like someone in a great deal of pain. I walked towards the noise. As I got closer, my eyes began to adjust, and I saw the floor was covered in pale, writhing shapes. I had to listen to Martin's statement after he recorded it, so I knew what to expect. But hearing about something doesn't even come close to seeing it, to smelling it. I expected to see what Martin described, a squirming mass that was once Jane Prentice, but the figure slumped against the wall looked like it was once a man. The worms wriggled in and out through the holes in his skin. The flesh hive, Michael had called it, and the silver things formed clustered knots where his eyes used to be. It wasn't a loud sound, and given how sick the whole situation made me feel, I think I actually was quite composed. It was loud enough, though. The head snapped around to face me, dislodging a small cascade of hissing shapes. The mouth opened as he tried to scream, but that wasn't what came out of his mouth. The worms also seemed to have taken notice and began to move towards me at an alarming speed. I backed away, but slipped on a piece of loose wood and fell into the bar. I glanced desperately at Michael, but it just watched me, its face unreadable. I started to try and stamp on the worms as they approached, but there was just too many of them. Staggering to my feet, I felt my hand come to rest on something cold and metal, the fire extinguisher. Without thinking, I pulled the pin out and squeezed the handle. A cloud of gas shot out, and to my surprise, the silver worms began to shudder and recoil, shriveling and dying. I began to walk forward, catching every last one in the jet of gas. Finally, I found myself standing over the mass of pitted and hollow skin that was once a man. He shuddered violently as the gas engulfed him, and then lay still. I was breathing heavily, and the CO2 from the fire extinguisher was making me feel lightheaded. For some reason, I felt like I should check his pockets. They were empty except for a wallet. It was stained with blood and other substances, but the name on the driver's license was still readable. Timothy Hodge. As I stood there, staring at the wallet, I felt a sharp pain in my right arm. I looked up to see Michael reaching into my
Meow.
shoulder.
Oh, hi, Lily.
Its fingers were long and distorted as they reached through my skin, cutting it like
I'm
paper.
coloring machine
I
right
screamed. After a few seconds, it withdrew its hand. Held there was a single silver worm, wriggling pathetically in its grip. I hadn't even felt the thing burrowing into my arm. After that, it's all a bit of a blur. I remember I was going to phone the police, but Timothy Hodges' corpse was gone, and I was worried about trespassing, so I just sort of wandered away. Michael, or whatever it was, had gone as well. Eventually, I found my way back to the Institute, where I must have woken up Martin, and, well, here we are.
Yes, I suppose we are.
So, what do you think?
I don't really know. We can look into it more later.
I should really quit, you know. We all should. I don't think this is a normal job. I don't think this is a safe job.
You're probably right. Do you want to quit?
No. I'm just too damn curious, I suppose. You?
No. Whatever's going on, I need to know. Get some rest. Statement ends. Obviously, there is little we can really do to follow up Sasha's experience. If it was any of the others, I might have cause to doubt, but she has always been the most
On my
level-headed
way to
of
bed,
us.
want to say hi.
If she says that this is what happened,
Have a good sleep.
then I believe her. This does at least explain what happened to
My
Hodge,
coloring
whose
machine.
disappearance shortly after making his statement in late 2014 has been something of a concern since I discovered it. It seems odd how different the effect of Prentice's infestation was on him and Harriet Lee, but without more information, I don't have a working theory on why that might have been. The thing that most disquiets me about Sasha's statement is this Michael. She seems pretty convinced that he was not human, at least not in the conventional sense. Almost every statement I've catalogued has engaged with the paranormal in some form of antagonistic relationship. The idea that there are things out there like that that want to help us. For some reason, That makes me more uncomfortable than the worm-infested creature stalking the Institute. Sasha has taken a few days off to recuperate, and I'm having a word with Elias about getting some extra CO2 fire extinguishers for the archive. Recording ends.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 27, A Sturdy Lock.
I don't know what that sounded like. I just knocked at my mic. Was it a sturdy knock? That's all that matters.
Statement of Paul Mackenzie regarding repeated nocturnal intrusions into his home. Original statement given August 24th, 2003. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins.
Incredible sing-song,
It's
Snuggle.
strange to live alone.
Oh, I forgot I was humming
Maybe
along.
nothing
I
to
was
do,
like,
suppose.
what?
If you've lived
What do
a
you
solitary
mean?
life, then I'm sure it doesn't feel so isolated or empty. Heck, I remember a time when I wouldn't have batted an eyelid at living on my own. But now I'm so used to having other people in the house that it's a sad, lonely existence I found myself living. Even before I started having my nightly visitor. My son Marcus moved out about 2 years ago, and before that he'd spent a lot of time away at university or later moving around because of his work, so I'd grown accustomed to his absence. But when Diane, my wife, passed away 4 months ago, it has left the place so terribly hollow.
Oh no!
I tell myself that it was a mercy, that by the end her condition meant she wasn't able to live as she deserved to, and while I'm sure it's true the sentiment does little to make the bed seem anything other than far too large for just me. She'd hate me saying that. Diane never had any time for mopers or people who wallowed in self-pity, but after 40 years of marriage, I think I've earned it. The thing about living in a house full of people is that you can just ignore any noises that you hear in the night. Is that a creak on the stairs? It's probably just someone going down for a glass of water. Was that a thump? Probably Marcus, up too late and accidentally knocking things off the table. I know it doesn't actually make you less likely to be robbed or broken into, but you stop panicking about it every time you hear the slightest noise from outside your room.
You need to get
I think that's
kitty
normal,
cat.
at least. I've never considered myself to have a nervous disposition, but maybe other people just get on with things and don't worry so much. Still, since Diane died, my nights have become a constant vigil. No house is silent if you listen hard enough, and since ending up alone I have been listening so hard that at points I have to remind myself to breathe. Now every soft groan of the settling house is the sound of some violent thug or burglar in my home, waiting to see if they need to kill me.
Do I need to kill you?
I get a pet,
Let me
so
see.
the house doesn't feel so empty. I've never had a pet before, and I'm too old to learn now.
No, you're not. You're never too old.
Given how alert
Grip.
and paranoid I generally am when trying to sleep in an empty house, I'm sure you can imagine my terror when I heard something outside my room one night about a month ago. I've lived in the same house since I married Diane, and I know every squeaky floorboard. It was the one just at the top of the stairs. I waited, desperately straining my ears to hear any other sound of movement. I had heard no windows break or doors open downstairs, and I definitely hadn't heard anyone coming up the stairs. But I was convinced there was someone there. I could feel their presence, waiting on the landing. Had they realized how loud the floorboard was? Or they stood there, motionless, listening for any movement from me just as keenly as I was listening for them? Then the sound came again, and I was sure there was someone stood at the top of the stairs, but rather than staying there, I began to hear the heavy tread of what was unmistakably footsteps. At first I simply lay there, paralyzed with fear, thinking that I would just stay, let them take anything they wanted from the house and call the police once they had left. But from what I could make out, they didn't seem to be going into any of the other rooms. They were slowly and deliberately walking towards my bedroom.
You want to take
The door
a nap?
does have a lock on it, but it's been so long since I even thought to use it that at the time I couldn't even think where the key might have been. My heart almost stopped when I heard the door handle rattle, ever so gently as a hand was placed upon the other side. And slowly, so painfully slowly, the doorknob began to turn. In a burst of adrenaline I didn't even know I was capable of, I sprang out of the bed and across the room. I seized the handle and twisted it back the other way, using both hands to try and match the strength of whoever was on the other side. Still the handle tried to turn, with a slow, relentless effort that spoke of patience and determination. But sheer panic lent me equal strength. My hands began to grow wet with what I assumed at the time was sweat, and I worried about keeping my grip. I did, though. For 20 long minutes, I wrestled in the dark over the door handle of my room. I could have reached the light switch, but that would have meant having only one hand to keep on the door, so I stayed in the dark. Then all at once the pressure vanished. The handle no longer tried to turn. I had heard no other sound from outside, though. No footsteps leading away, no sound of someone going down the stairs. The house was just silent. I stood there for the rest of the night, the handle gripped tight, and it wasn't until the first rays of sun peeked through the windows that I found I had the courage to open my bedroom door and look outside. Nothing. I was so stiff that I could barely walk back to my bed and dial the number for the police. It was as I reached for the phone that I looked at my hands and saw that what was on them was not sweat. It was blood. I checked all over my hands and arms for cuts or injuries. Nothing. The door handle was completely clean. I washed my hands thoroughly before I dialed 999.
999?
The police came and they listened patiently
Oh, is
to my
it
story.
999
They
instead
checked
of
all around my
911 in
house.
England or something?
There were no signs of any intruder. All the windows and doors were still firmly locked. There was no sign of forced entry,
The
nor had
data.
any of my possessions
What
been
is
taken or even
scary
moved.
store?
The officers assured me that it was no problem, that they were happy to help, all in that tone that told me that they thought I was just a senile old man hearing things in the night. I thanked them as they left. even though they had been of no help whatsoever.
I never knew.
I spent the rest of the day searching for the key to my bedroom
No.
door. I found it in the end and hoped that with it firmly locked, I could sleep a bit easier that night. I was wrong. When evening came, I tried to sleep. At least, I had convinced myself that I was trying to sleep. Actually, I was listening for any sign that the intruder had returned. Every creak of the house settling, every whine of the pipes sent me into a state of near terror. By 2 o'clock in the morning, I had heard nothing, and had almost convinced myself that I would not be visited again, when there was that slow, ominous creak of the floorboard at the top of the stairs. As before, the footsteps approached my bedroom, heavy and methodical. I turned on my bedside lamp and watched as once again the handle of the door began to turn.
Why does it sound like you said bad side lamp?
Put on the door by whoever was on the other side, but it was locked. And as the door failed to open,
oh yeah, I just remembered. I wanted to make this image also into a PNG tuber.
Back and forth, rattling and banging as it rotated with such force that I worried it might come off entirely. I let out a cry as the assault intensified and phoned again for the police. It took them 12 minutes to reach me, and all the while my bedroom door shook with the relentless turning of the handle, but the lock held firm. As soon as the doorbell rang, it went immediately still and silent. I didn't want to unlock and open the door, but if I didn't, the police officers might break down my front door, or, even worse, leave. What happened next was almost identical to what had happened the day before, except this time there was less gentle tolerance in their voices when they spoke to me. I got the clear impression that if I called them again without proof, there would be undesirable consequences. One of the two muttered something about how difficult it must be for me to live on my own, a message I got loud and clear. I have no intention of being put in a home. And so, for the last month, I have lain awake almost every night, as whatever it is beyond the threshold of my bedroom tries with all its might to get in. I watch the doorknob obsessively, always waiting for the signs of that gentle turning. The first ones are always so slow. I tried to get proof for the police. I got Marcus to stay over with me a few nights in the hope of either scaring the intruder away or having a witness who could corroborate my story. Those were the only nights I got any peace. Nothing came up to my door when he was there. In some ways it was a relief to have a way of ensuring I could sleep. But it gave me no evidence to convince anyone, and I know he didn't believe me when I told him what was going on. He just looked worried when I brought it up, and I didn't mention it again. Unfortunately, I can't get Marcus to stay with me every night. He has his own life to lead and is living with his fiancée at the moment, so I can't just ask him to move back in with his dad. I tried to set up some cameras in the upstairs hallway, at the top of the stairs and outside of my room, but they show nothing. They don't even pick up the door handle turning. Even at times I know for certain that the thing was trying to get inside. There was only one moment, just a frame or two, I think, where the shadows the camera caught on the wall seemed to almost form a face. It seemed to be leering at me, the mouth wide open in a mock scream. It scared me so badly that I had to delete the footage. I have no evidence for the police.
You had evidence!
Or for you either, I suppose.
Oh, this evidence too scary. I don't want to look at it.
This is what you people do. You investigate these things. You know what to look for. You can identify the signs of things that aren't right. You know, not of this world. I'm not saying it's a ghost or anything like that. It's just that,
like Machine's face
if it was
drills
a
for some
ghost,
reason. Oh, I
you'd
think
be the one to talk to, right? I just need it to stop. And I don't want to be put in a home. I know they will. If I keep telling them about how my door handle rattles and turns every night, they'll think I'm senile and useless and send me to a home, and I will not let that happen. It's my house.
Oh,
But I don't care how much it scares me. Nothing is going to make me give it up.
my house.
Maybe Marcus is right. Maybe I should get a dog. Statement ends. I want to believe Mr. Mackenzie. I really do. I'm not entirely made of stone, and am apt to be moved by the plea of a scared old man as much as anybody. I mean, dementia is of course the most likely explanation, and he admits himself that he has no proof of any of it. Yet part of me still wants to believe him. Perhaps this job is making me sentimental. In any case, it's a moot point. Mr. Mackenzie died of a stroke some 2 months after making this statement, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious connection between his passing and his statement to the Institute. When this was
But
originally
did they
logged,
ever get a puppy?
apparently we did
This
send
is
a
the
then
important
member
question.
of the research staff, one Sarah Carpenter, to take some readings of the house. Apparently she felt there was little enough danger to justify an overnight vigil at the place, but like everyone else in Mr. Mackenzie's tale, she encountered no strangeness or intruders on the upstairs landing or in any other part of the building. Sasha,
So,
who was
since he's
now
dead, if you
returned
got a
after
puppy,
her
can I
brief
have it?
convalescence, has confirmed the call-outs against police
Pupper more
reports,
important
and
than
they
spoon.
do appear to match, though obviously they're rather light on detail. Martin made contact with the son, Marcus Mackenzie, but he declined to talk to us, saying that he'd already made his statement. This leads me to believe that Marcus Mackenzie may also have a statement lurking somewhere here in the archives, lost among the mess and misfiling. The only other thing that stands out from this as strange is that Sarah Carpenter, the researcher originally sent to look into this back in 2003, took some rather detailed photographs of the interior and layout of the house. Looking through them now, it strikes me that the bedroom door, to which Mr. Mackenzie refers so often, does not appear to have a keyhole or any sort of lock. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell, Mike LeBeau, and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at The Rusty Quill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome. You didn't answer my question about the puppy. Or maybe I won't listen anymore.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 28.
Can I get this
Skin Tight.
in?
Please state your name and the subject of your experience.
Into that? You're joking.
I can assure you this will record just fine.
I knew you guys were a bit slapped slapdash, but this is absurd.
Slapdash?
No doubt you're used to a higher caliber of equipment when pretending to see ghosts in old churchyards and mental institutions.
People like a show. People like our show. And even if we do ham it up a bit, even if we do add a bit of sparkle, we're still more respected and evidence-based paranormal investigators than you and your lot.
We are not paranormal investigators. We are researchers. Scholars.
Whatever. The fact is, we may play it up a bit for the camera, but that's because you can only look at temperature spikes and EMF readings for so long. We still only look into genuine, documented supernatural phenomena. You take any ridiculous story from any drugged-up, dreaming, traumatized idiot off the street. Vampires, monsters under the bed, mind control. Really? Who cares about evidence? Who cares about scientific instruments when you can just tell a story to the Magnus Institute?
And yet, you've come to make a statement.
Well, yeah, but...
Let me guess. None of your respectable paranormal investigators would believe you. Well, let me be quite clear. Chances are very strong that I won't believe you either. But we will take your statement, and we will look into it for you. Now,
I'm watching the Lum. Oh, yay! The Lum reboot.
your experience.
How you like
My name
it?
is Melanie King. I've got a YouTube channel called Ghost Hunt UK.
And your statement is regarding...
What I saw at the abandoned Cambridge Military Hospital when we were filming there in January 2015.
Recording date 17th April 2016. Hold on. The Cambridge Military Hospital. I was under the impression the hauntings there were very well documented. Why would none of your respectable colleagues believe you? I would have thought it would be right up their alley.
Because what I saw had nothing to do with the hospital itself. At least I don't think it did.
Go on.
We're for
Well,
everyone that falls in love with
angling to
Ataru.
film there for months. The show is pretty standard stuff. We head to the location after dark, we explore a bit, we set up the equipment, and then, of course, we spend some time afterwards analysing the data and...
Seeing ghosts?
Well, yeah, you know what? Sometimes, sure, we do. We get
Sure.
evidence. Anyway, we'd been angling to go into the CMH for months, but I couldn't get permission. Apparently there's asbestos in the walls. It makes it too much of a health and safety hazard. It was due to be pulled down and turned into housing development in June, though, so we were on a bit of a deadline. Luckily, we're an independent show. I don't have anyone breathing down my neck or checking my legals about this sort of thing, and it wouldn't be the first time that we were going to...
You have asbestos in your neck
unorthodox.
that they're not
And
great.
hey, the worst that we've ever got before was a fine. So we figured it wasn't going to be too much of a problem. The team going in was meant to be me, my co-host Andy...
Full names, please.
My co-host Andy Kane, as well as Peter Warhol on sound, and...
You're going to fall in love with Ataru. Go for Mendo, aka Ataru Deluxe.
Thing is, Pete got cold feet a few days before we were due to head out. Apparently he just wasn't comfortable with the possibility of asbestos. I guess I can understand, but it meant we were down a sound guy, so I put out feelers to see if anyone had any contacts who could step in. Well, Georgie Barker, who hosts the What the Ghost podcast, knew someone. She'd said she'd done a few location episodes of WTG with a sound engineer by the name of Sarah Baldwin, and could vouch for her reliability, although Georgie warned she was a little bit unsocial. I reckoned we didn't need her talkative as long as she knew her stuff, so I gave Sarah a call. She agreed to help us out. I figured the episode was going to come out just fine. So the night of the 12th rolled around, and Tony came round to pick us up. She is the one with the van, so generally does the driving. Me and Andy live together, so the three of us headed over to pick up Sarah. Her address was listed as in Sydenham, down in South London. But when we pulled up, the building seemed dark. I don't think it was abandoned or anything like that, but it certainly didn't seem like anyone was home. Andy hopped out and buzzed her number on the doorbell, and after a minute of waiting there was no reply. We were all just getting a little bit antsy, because if we don't have a sound tech, we don't have a show. So I gave Sarah a ring, and it went straight through to voicemail. I was just about ready to scream in frustration, but almost as soon as I put the phone down, I got a call from an unknown number. I answered it, and immediately I heard her voice, asking if we were outside.
I said yeah, and she ended the call immediately. We all watched the door, but another 2 minutes passed and still no one came out. And then out of nowhere we heard a knock on the back of the van. I hopped out, and standing there was Sarah. She was short, really short, with dark brown hair cropped close. She was wearing black cargo trousers and a grey t-shirt, with a light black jacket over the top. I thought that was a bit off, as it was the middle of January. I mean, sure, it was a mild winter, but it's a long way from t-shirt weather. I introduced myself, but she just nodded and lit a cigarette. I was about to say that we'd prefer she didn't smoke in
We
the
saw
van, but
someone
she'd
at
already
that
opened up
grocery
the back
store with
door and
like
climbed
booty
inside,
shorts
puffing
the
away.
other day. And it
I remembered
snowed
Georgie's
outside.
warning
How
that
do you
she was
do
a little
that?
bit unsocial, and kicked myself for not asking more about
This is
it.
that cold?
Still, she was here now. We had a sound tech, so we were going to be able to have an episode. It was about a 2-hour
You're a
drive to the
vampire.
CMA.
They allergic to the
It's
sun.
down in Aldershot in Hampshire, and I've got to say that was about the longest 2 hours of my life. Sarah didn't talk much. If you asked her any questions, you'd just get a one-word answer, and I swear she worked hard to find the shortest word she could. She smoked constantly, so we had to ride with the windows down, and the van was freezing. And there was also, I don't know, the oddest smell. It was definitely Sarah. It smelled like a really bad perfume, sharp and faintly floral, but not like any scent I could place. I didn't like it, but it was hardly noticeable through those damn cigarettes. I could tell Tony was having a hard time too. Andy seemed happy enough, but he's one of the most laid-back people I've ever met, so no surprise there. We got into Aldershot about 8 p.m. and headed towards the old hospital. It took a bit of finding, but eventually we saw it standing there, dark and silent against the night sky. It's a pretty imposing building, a sharp-tipped clock tower above the main hall. We parked a little way away, just in case there was security that might have stumbled across the van, and walked towards it. As we got closer, I noticed that Sarah was hanging back. I asked her if she was okay, and she just looked at me and said, "You didn't tell me about this place." There was real anger in that voice. I was surprised because not only was that the most words I'd ever heard her say strung together, but also because I'd been really quite detailed about where we were going and the history of the place when I first contacted her. I said as much, but she just shook her head. I asked if there was going to be a problem, and she paused, lit another cigarette, and gave me a slow shrug. Then, without a word, she picked up her bag and started walking towards the main building. Getting inside wasn't a problem. The ground floor windows were large, and it looked like we weren't the first trespassers wanting to get inside. A few of the boards covering them had been pried away already. So we turned on our torches and headed inside. Now, the particular ghost we were after that episode was a grey lady. There are grey ladies everywhere. I mean, it's not like it's an official ghost classification, but if you find somewhere haunted in England, there's a good chance that one or more of the ghosts will be called the Grey Lady. Old hospitals, asylums, orphanages, they're usually believed to be the ghost of a nurse or something. Anywhere that women had a duty. And the Cambridge Military Hospital was no exception to that. Various old tales of soldiers being visited by an apparition in the night while recuperating on the ward. A few members of the public, as it was opened up to the civilian population after the Second World War. They are generally benign encounters, even kind. So we were arguing about whether to try and angle the episode for spookiness or try and build up a more emotional tale. Eventually, we decided to shoot both sorts for the storytelling and investigation, and then see what happened in terms of phenomena, so we could intercut as appropriate. Throughout all of this discussion, Sarah was totally silent. She was chain-smoking, casting her torch around slowly and deliberately, as if she was looking for something, and we were constantly having to adjust our shots to avoid her clouds of smoke interfering with the filming. I tried to ignore her, but to be honest, she was freaking me out a lot more than the place itself. So we started wandering around, recounting the history of the place to camera. We made sure to film any bits of the building that might be creepy enough twice, once with low light in the cold, stark torchlight, then switching out for the warmer bulbs, in case we wanted to use the footage for a tragedy angle. The builders had clearly been in already and marked various areas with spray paint. It was a bit disconcerting, as the shade of red they had used kept making me think that they were blood splashes. So I was leaning towards the creepy old hospital angle. There was also the normal, actual graffiti, of course, mostly the standard collection of tags and names, but there was one that stood out. It was in what had eventually become the children's ward. Over a mural of Winnie the Pooh, someone had scrawled in black spray paint the words, "Silk will not stitch the butcher's meat." So, yeah, by the end we'd pretty much settled on going for the spooky angle. We hadn't had any encounters though, so once we got the main footage we needed, we headed into the main ward, now a huge empty room with only the metal skeleton of curtain runners around the top. We set up the detection equipment and bedded down for the night. Each of us had a watch, so as to make sure that someone was awake for any contact. I was hesitant to give Sarah a shift, as she'd been acting so strangely the entire time, but when she volunteered for the 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. shift, no one wants that one, I couldn't really say no.
That's the robot!
I was on the shift before, and there didn't seem anything much to report. A slight drop in temperature around 1 in the morning, which I filmed, even though in the end we decided not to use that footage. When 2 a.m. rolled around, I walked over to where Sarah lay sleeping. She hadn't been smoking for a while, of course, and that weird floral perfume of hers was stronger than ever. I reached out to touch her on the shoulder and wake her up when she rolled over and looked right at me. There was no sign of fatigue in her eyes, and I couldn't help but wonder if she'd been asleep at all, or maybe just lying very, very still. I tried not to think about it as I crawled into my sleeping bag on the cold hospital floor, and the last thing I heard before I drifted off was the click of Sarah Baldwin's lighter. I woke up about an hour later. I don't know what woke me, but the others were all still asleep. I realized that I couldn't smell cigarettes, and looking around, it appeared Sarah had wandered off. It was almost pitch dark,
a colorful cast, yes,
moonlight creeping in through the boarded windows.
Machine
I turned on
real?
a torch and checked the readings. There were no spikes in EMF, but it looked like the temperature had dropped sharply about 10 minutes before. I waited for another 5 minutes, but when Sarah still hadn't returned, I started to get a bit worried. I should have woken the others, but if it turned out she'd just gone to the bathroom, I didn't want to embarrass her in front of everyone. In that case, she should have got one of us up to take over watching anyway, but she'd hardly been the most professional while she was working with us, so it wouldn't have surprised me if she hadn't. After another 5 minutes, I decided to go look for her. Maybe the place was getting to me a bit, but all my suspicions about Sarah were making me paranoid. I decided not to take a torch. Instead, I took one of the cameras we weren't using and turned on the night vision setting. Through the view screen, I was able to see where I was going pretty well. I started to check the ground floor. The night vision cast everything into stark shapes, and every time I turned the corner, it seemed like there was something there, just beyond the range of the camera. I couldn't see or hear anything, but it was just there. I could feel it. There was a smell as well, growing stronger. It wasn't cigarette smoke,
cake for breakfast,
or
wow!
Sarah's strange perfume. It smelled of
that sounds good.
With another scent beneath it, acrid and sour, with the faintest hint of ammonia. I'll admit it.
Maybe I like
scared enough that I didn't even think about how great the whole thing would have looked in our show. I didn't look into the camera or provide any commentary or make any move except keeping a close watch on the display. As I walked up the stairs towards the upper floor, I began to hear something. It sounded like someone was talking. It was low, quick and desperate, with an edge to it that sounded almost like pleading. It was coming from one of the smaller patient rooms off to the side. I slowly crept towards it,
Oh,
feeling
VTuber
absurd about
debut.
how
That sounds
terrified I
nice.
was about being seen. I reached the door and, using the camera, I peered inside. Sarah was there, with her bag next to her. She was gesticulating wildly and talking, though I couldn't see anyone else in the room with her. I couldn't make out most of it, though I heard the words trespass and unintended several times, and whispered apologies. I was almost about to call out to her when she suddenly stood bolt upright. It was like she was struggling to breathe. Then I heard an impact, and Sarah seemed to be flung across the room by a heavy blow. She hit the wall hard, and I heard a crack as she slumped down, a smear of blood left on the wall. I froze. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run over and see if she was all right,
I do want to make
but
this
I
a
just
PNG
couldn't
tuber
bring
too.
myself to move. After a second or two, Sarah stirred. She shouted something into the room, this time in a language I didn't understand, and dragged herself to her feet. She removed her jacket, and I saw that there was something very wrong with her left arm. Bits of it seemed to be hanging off where it had hit the wall. She gripped it with her right hand, and, well, this is where my colleagues would laugh me out of
I'll
the
say this
industry.
is mouth closed
She
because
peeled
I think.
off.
Hello? Okay. It actually wasn't Scooper this time. It was just everything kind of froze all of a sudden now. VC Face and Streamlabs, everything was like, I'm gonna take a nap now. Oops. Ah, where'd I go? Oh, there I am. Hi. I'm surprised, actually, thinking about it. Actually has been a long time since Scoopy did the bad thing. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Oh, he's sleeping on the couch. He's so cute. What do I keep Scooper unjustly? Let me download the VOD. Oh wait, did oh, that's weird. It looks like the stream came back for 20 seconds and then went away. Okay, that actually might have been me. Because it was reconnecting, and a lot of times when Streamlabs tries to reconnect, it just doesn't connect. So I think I probably ended the stream after it reconnected and then started it again, if that makes sense. I think I'm going to delete that. That 20-second long VOD that's mostly just facepalm guy. Okay. Let me rewind the video a little bit.
But it was dark and shiny. I will never forget the sound of the skin coming away from her arm. Once she had taken it off, she stretched it and then slipped it back over her hand, pulling it until
And
it
I
was
think
tight.
when machine
She
blinks,
reached into her
it'll be like
bag,
dark
and
gray.
from beneath the packets of cigarettes, she pulled out a staple gun. Around the edges of the skin, where it met the rest of her, she slowly and deliberately stapled the skin down. I don't know why that was the point I ran. I could have left at any time before that, but for some reason that was the thing that broke me, and I hurried back to the others as quietly as I could. Sarah returned about 15 minutes later and
I didn't
seem
notice
to suspect she'd been observed.
all this.
I lay awake the rest of
Oops.
that night, smelling her cigarette smoke and the traces of her odd floral perfume. I never asked her about it. I never brought it up with the others. We got whatever daylight shots of the Cambridge Military Hospital we needed almost in silence, though I kept trying to strike up a conversation. The journey back was no better. I kept trying to get a look at Sarah's arm, but her jacket sleeves covered them completely. We dropped her off in Sydenham, and I never saw her again. In the end, it was actually Tony that asked we not work with Sarah Baldwin again. Apparently she'd gotten weird vibes and didn't feel comfortable around her. I agreed, though I didn't share my reasons. The episode came out okay in the end, though I didn't include anything about what I saw that night.
Interesting. You say you recorded video of the event?
Yeah, I've given your guys a copy, but watching it back, the recording is so distorted that you can't really make anything out.
And you're sure you weren't dreaming?
Are you serious?
I just had to check every possibility. Obviously, working in your field, you must have quite a powerful imagination.
Great. I should have known this was a complete waste of my time.
Probably. The only corroborating evidence you have is so badly corrupted as to become almost unusable. But we will do what investigation we can.
Well, thank you so much.
We'll be in touch if we need anything else. Statement ends. As I mentioned to Ms. King, there is little in this statement by way of information we can follow up. Cambridge Military Hospital is currently in the process of being turned into a housing development, so there is not much to be done in that regard. There are records of a grey lady ghost appearing in the past, specifically in the form of a nurse, though none of them come even close to matching this statement in terms of manifestation. We were unable to track down Sarah Baldwin. The address Ms. King provided in Sydenham has not been occupied for the last 6 months and does not list her as a previous tenant. We contacted Georgina Barker, who confirmed that she had worked with Baldwin on 2 episodes of her What the Ghost podcast, having previously met her at a networking event. She knew nothing about her personal life and has not seen her since the last episode they worked on. Neither the phone number or email address received any answer or reply. Still, where do I know the name Sarah Baldwin from? If I have the time, I might go back over some earlier files, see what I can find. The footage Ms. King provided was just as corrupted as she said, being virtually unwatchable, just static and distortion. There's only 1 or 2 frames where the quality is sufficient that anything can be made out. It appears to be an empty hospital room, as described. The only point where it differs from Ms. King's story is that there appear to be 2 figures in the shot, rather than just the one. The first seems to be kneeling and matches the description of Sarah Baldwin.
Sorry,
the other figure is much taller and appears to be pointing, though no features can be made out. It does not appear to be touching the ground. Recording ends.
Ooh, I like this actually. It's kind of subtle,
The
but I
Magnus
think it
Archives
works.
is a podcast distributed
It's like
by
when
rustyquill.com and licensed
we
under a
talk, the
Creative
mouse
Commons
lights up.
Attribution
I think I like that.
Non-Commercial Share-alike International
Hello?
license.
Beep boop.
Today's episode
And
was
then
written
also
and
the
performed
blinking
by
is
Jonathan Sims.
the eyes turning
It was
dark gray
produced
like
by
they're shut
Alexander
off.
J. Newell, Mike
Hello.
LeBeau, and Murray Porter.
Beep
And
boop.
directed
I'm a
by
big
Alexander J.
robot.
Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images,
Can't believe
videos,
Snarky
and
would steal
show
your
notes,
idea to
visit
play Sonic
rustyquill.com.
Adventure.
Rate and review us on iTunes.
Nice.
Visit us on Facebook.
I think I saw
tweet us on
Snarky
Twitter
play
at
Sonic
The
Adventure a
Rusty
while
Quill,
back, but
or
yeah,
email
it's
us
funny.
at mail@rustyquill.com.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Thanks for listening.
Thanks for listening, beep boop. I would have made PNG tubers out of everyone that I'm coloring tonight, but they're like in poses that are like, we like to have PNG tuber poses being kind of like casual,
Rusty
if that
Quill
makes sense.
presents the Magnus Archive.
Machine loves it. Thank you for asking. Wee. I'm so happy. Now I
Episode
got
29.
Skitter.
Cheating Death.
And I also have the Magenta PNG tuber that I want to color. See, like, okay, this is what I mean to say. Most of the time when we draw a character, we would have them in a pose like how Skitter has its arm out, to show you what the paw looks like. It's like, for a PNG tuber, we want to draw the character in a pose that you could see them being stuck in for a long time. But it doesn't make sense for your arm to be stuck out like that for a long period of time. And I could change it to do a PNG tuber, but I think it's easier just to draw them in a new pose another time. This is Skitter. It's a character that joined us just last night. We want to make a new, I said character, I meant headmate. We want to make a new entry on our card very soon, possibly after the stream tonight, for Skitter. Skitter! I love that name. It's a possum skunk hybrid. Skitter.
Statement of Nathaniel Thorpe regarding his own mortality. Original statement given June 4th, 1972. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Are you interested in folk tales at all?
Yeah, that's why I'm
here to provide a
listening to
statement
this.
of my own experience, and I will, but there's something so revealing in the stories that grow up in a culture, wouldn't you say? And I promise it will be relevant by the end. I can guarantee it's not in your library either, because as far as I know, this story has never been written down. I'd do it myself, but there's a reason you're having to write this for me. One of these days I'll get around to learning my letters. Probably. But I'll still wager, illiterate or not, that I can tell you a story you haven't heard before, though the themes are some that dance their way through many of the oldest folklore you can find. Death and games of chance. Well, if you want to win, anyway. Unless you fancy your chances of beating it at chess. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Once there was a soldier. A bold soldier. The sort you can find in any army.
A bolger, if
any
you
war at any time. Fond of drink, fond of dice, fond of whatever nocturnal pleasures might be offered. He was bold as brass, yet bold is not the same as brave, and rarely did he take to the field of battle without somehow finding himself at the rear of the charge.
Skitter on Twitter.
People were less likely to find him. As I say, he could have been fighting anywhere, but this story is in New England during the time of the
Skitter's
Revolutionary
pronouns are
War.
it.
Whether he was British or American or even French, it means nothing. What matters is that at the Battle of Bunker Hill, he found himself alone. The night before had been wasted hard carousing, and what money he had not lost betting on faro had quickly been spent on drinking and pleasant company. So it was that he took to the field of battle with his head already swimming and eyes a stinging red. He had neglected even to bring gunpowder enough to reload his rifle, having filled his pouch instead with playing cards. And with every boom of the cannon the soldier's head pulsed in such pain that he thought himself shot. The smoke was coiled thick around him, and the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood made him retch. He fired his one and only shot, and it disappeared into the roiling fog of war.
Partially alive?
He tried to advance, but he did not know which
you ever
way was
feel
towards
partially
the enemy,
alive?
nor could he see any others amidst the chaos of battle, enemy or comrade. For all the
Just like
muskets
that.
and cannons he could hear, it seemed he was alone. As he stood there, the soldier saw that some of the blood that fell into the sodden soil was his own. When he had been shot, he had no idea, but the pain that surged through him as he touched his wounded chest left no doubt. The bold soldier considered returning to his lines to find a doctor, but he remembered all too clearly the mouldering filth of the medical tents, the ranks of infected fools wailing out their last doomed cries. He would not die like that. He would not choke out some feeble plea for his mother in some grime-encrusted infirmary. He turned, threw down his rifle, and began to run. He did not know in which direction he was going, and simply prayed that it was not towards the enemy or the sea. Blood flowed freely from the ragged wound in his chest, and his breathing was labored, yet he pushed on. He ran until the mud turned to soil, and the soil turned to grass, until the smoke turned to fog, and the fog turned to rain, and dusk came upon him. Despite the balmy warmth of that June day, the night was bitterly cold. Perhaps it was the rain that pounded upon his tunic, or perhaps it was the beginnings of a fever. But when the soldier finally stopped running, he was so chilled that it took all the energy he had left in him not to collapse. He was soaked through, shivering violently, and very aware that if he did not find somewhere to take shelter from the elements, he was going to die. And not a quick, clean death from a pistol or a saber. A miserable, shivering death in
Do
some
you
barren
have
field
any
near
age
Boston.
ranges that you like,
The
dislike to
soldier,
interact with? I don't
whose
think
boldness
so.
seemed to seep out with his blood, did not want to die.
Oh wait, like.
Here there is
I
something
just
to be
heard the
said
dislike for some reason.
Everyone fears death. Of course they do. Even the most devout must have some apprehension.
I don't
For
know about
however
like.
confident they are in a life everlasting with their deity of choice, the concept of eternity is one that the mortal mind recoils from. Be it bliss, torment, or the senseless void, none can actually imagine what it is to die. So it's only right that all should have a healthy fear of it. There are some, though, for whom it is an enduring terror, who cannot even consider the inevitable termination of life without a deepest panic, and can think of nothing in life that could be worse than its end.
Yeah.
The soldier was of this
Poor
club,
kiddo.
and upon feeling his time drawing to a close, he began to cast about in fear. He spied a farmhouse, dark and uninviting. The fighting nearby had likely scared off whoever lived there. Desperate to get out of the pouring rain, the soldier tried the doors and found them locked tight.
A little
He broke
sprout.
a window, but with his wound he did not have the strength to climb inside. In despair, he looked around for another entrance, and spied the cellar door. It was not locked, and lifted with surprising ease given how heavy the wood appeared. He collapsed inside, half crawling, half falling down the rough earthen steps, until he found himself lying there in the dark, dry warmth of the basement. The soldier lay there for some time, unmoving, eyes shut, listening to the driving New England rain beating down outside. He breathed deeply, ignoring the pain from his wounded chest, and tried to gather his thoughts. What was important, he considered briefly, was that at that moment he was not dead. It was then he caught the scent of damp. Not the damp of wet earth after a hot day, but the cold damp of vaults and catacombs, slick with mould and glimmering nitre. You would have expected death to smell of decay, of rotting flesh and maggot meat, but it did not. And the soldier knew what it was immediately. Even before his eyes adjusted to the dark and looked to the table, before he saw the figure that sat there in a moth-eaten monk's robe, there was no reason to assume that what he saw was death, and not simply some
Rain has
forgotten
officially made me
cause?
main fronter. I don't know how to
There was
feel
no
about
doubt in
that.
the soldier's
Oh,
mind when he gazed upon it that he saw his doom embodied. Then it turned to look at the soldier, and what little resolve remained fled from his heart. He tried to run, but he got barely 2 steps before he collapsed again. Death waited
I
patiently.
hope you learn to enjoy it if you can't meow.
To describe it as a skeleton would be to do death a disservice, for though the robe that sat in that chair contained only bones, it was not the skeleton that moved. It was death. The bones were old, so ancient and brittle that the slightest pressure or movement would have rendered them down to dust. They did move. Death was no more a skeleton than you are a woolen suit. Above all, it was old, older than you could possibly dream. The soldier began to weep. He cried and begged Death not to take him, but Death was silent. Now, as long as there have been people and games, there have been tales of those who gambled with death, some as metaphor, some as myth, but the soldier had heard enough of these tales to make his own last desperate gamble, and he challenged Death to a game. There was silence for several long minutes before it nodded its head. Reaching into its robe, Death pulled out 3 things: a chess knight, a domino, a pair
Domino.
of dice, each scrimshawed out of old bone. The choice presented was clear, but the soldier had enough wit about him to shake his head and reach into his pouch. He laid the cards upon the
We're
table and
almost
asked Death
should we make it a
if he knew
different
how to
shape?
play
Because
Pharaoh.
Snuggle already has heart nose, and then we
Death
thought
paused, as though
never have
considering,
enough heart nose.
before it nodded.
2 out of 21
Very
headmates
well,
can have
it
heart
said.
nose.
And if you win, you shall not die. He
I
replaced
think
his totems
21 out of
within the mouldering robe and
21
pulled
wouldn't
out
be
instead
enough.
a small
Not
hexagonal pharaoh
enough,
token,
but
likewise
wouldn't be
made
too
of
many.
bone. The soldier, starting to feel bold again as the wood of the table warped and decayed into the 13 cards of a pharaoh board, pushed it to the side and told Death with the faintest hint of a smile that he had brought his own. From somewhere Death produced a dealing box and, placing the playing cards within it, it began to deal. Pharaoh, or bucking the tiger, as the carnival hawkers would have it, is not a complicated game. Bets are placed upon the cards and the dealer draws 1 card for the players and 1 for themselves. Bets matching the player's card are doubled, bets matching the dealer's card are lost. There are a few other rules, of course, but if played honestly, then there is no betting game with fairer odds. The soldier had never before encountered an honest game.
Zephyr's signature design.
He had before him a small pile of ivory sticks, not unlike those used for betting in mahjong, though the soldier had no knowledge of such a game. He knew that if his pile was gone, then his life was forfeit. The game was slow and deliberate, and the soldier could not have said if they played for hours, for days, or for months.
We'll see if
The night outside showed no sign of ending, nor did the rain cease its drumming out a rhythm on the still open cellar door. The cards were placed slowly and deliberately by Death, and the soldier became more and more amazed with the revelation that this was the least crooked game of Pharaoh he had ever played. Still, there was little scope for him to cheat, as there was none of the shouting or crowds that served as a distraction in every gambling parlour. The relentless hollow gaze of the collapsing holes of Death's skull were enough to keep the soldier almost from pushing his luck too far. Then at last it reached what looked to be the final
my
play.
animals,
The deck
possum
was
and
almost
skunk.
exhausted, and all the soldier had was piled upon the number 3. As his reserve had dwindled, the soldier felt the wound in his chest begin to pulse with a dull ache, as thick beads of sweat rolled down his shivering face. If the final 3 came up for the dealer, he had lost. But if it came up for him, then he would finish the game with a higher stack than Death. Perhaps that would be enough for him to win. The rules of the wager had not been clearly explained, but as the shivering began to overtake him, The soldier clutched to this faint hope, and as death reached its hand for the final cards, he placed his copper upon his pile, the six-sided token that reversed the bet. Now it was, if death drew the 3 as the dealer's card, he would win. Death turned the card to reveal a king, and reached for the next one. The soldier knew that he had made a mistake. When the 3 was turned, he would lose his bet.
I could see a badger too.
And lose everything. He had only one chance, one thin sliver of hope, and even that would no doubt simply damn him further. But what else could he do?
Angsty teen haircut, exactly.
His head towards the pharaoh box to draw the next card. The soldier, in one practiced move, took the thin length of twine wrapped around his thumb and through the tiny drilled hole in his copper, and pulled it taut. With an almost imperceptible flick of the wrist, he pulled it back and into his hand, removing it from the board, and leaving his bet to win when the 3 was drawn. The terror that gripped him when death returned its gaze to the board was deeper than any he had ever known. Every other time he had attempted that trick, the baying of the crowd and the heaving mass of patrons placing bets afforded him ample cover. Yet in the stillness and dark, with just him and his endless opponent playing their game, there was surely no way such a move could go unnoticed. Death turned the card over. The 3 of spades. It glanced at the card, then at the small pile of ivory in front of the soldier. It made no sound, and the soldier could not tell if what he heard was the rain falling outside or the beating
Rudy
of
was
his
winning
own heart.
65% of the song.
Finally,
Ellie 30%, Belle's 30%, all other outserts and the remaining 2%. We've been trying very much to make it more equal. Oh, that's so sweet. We, what do I want to say? I don't think we try to have everyone so much be equal. I mean, it like depends on the system. Maybe that's a need some systems have. But we try to at least have headmates that don't front as much, at least like make themselves known to our friends so they feel more real. That's why it's funny how it feels like whenever we play with our friends off stream, it's like every time a new headmate, or almost every time a new headmate fronts, and it's like it's not usually that way in real life. Usually it's like 8 maybe front a lot, and then I don't know, maybe more than that. But
death nodded its head and pushed its own pile of bone sticks towards the sun.
I don't know if anything I just said made any
You
sense.
win. Its tone was almost happy. The soldier didn't notice as at these words a thrill went through his heart. He had beaten death. He was going to live. He stood up, still giddy and feverish, but with such joy that he nigh on collapsed from the laughter that exploded from his lips.
Whoa!
He staggered to the cellar door, expecting to
Silly
see the
mode.
sunrise after so long waiting in the dark. But the sky was still black. Behind him, death waited. The soldier noticed the pain in his chest.
Wait, I gotta say something that we've been wanting to say since Colorful Cast is here. We all think it's funny how when you asked on a scale from 1 to 10, how silly are you? And Machine thought that the scale was on a scale of silly to serious. And it said 8, but it was really serious to silly. And it might have been Rudy fronting at the time, I'm not sure, but they sounded kind of like disappointed. And then Machine felt kind of bad because like Machine's like trying to be less serious a little bit. I think Machine's doesn't need to change anything about itself, but I think Machine's about where it wants to be with that now that it's done like a few like Discord calls with friends now, but I just think it's funny that Machine's like, "Oh no, is it bad for me to be serious? I'm sorry to let you down." And then who was running in Colorful Cast, I think, felt exactly the same way because you thought the scale was the opposite. And you're like, "Oh, you're silly. I thought you were serious." Hi, Rudy said it was wrong. Said it wrong the first time. Oh, I wasn't. Wait, am I ing? Oh, wait. No, I wasn't ingy. Or I wasn't stuck on ingy, I should say. I wasn't disappointed. I was very surprised and didn't know how to react. Yeah, we had the scale backwards. Or, anyway. How many doables are we getting through tonight, if any? I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to doables. I want to at least get to probably a few. Like, at least, like, 3, maybe. Because I feel like they're a good way to wind down
Took
the
in a
stream.
lungful of air. It was cold, damp, and tinged with a faint whiff of something metallic. It was only then that he really noticed the low, rumbling laugh that came from death.
I think you were saying when talking with friends, one headmate is in the front the whole time. But when we're alone, about 8 different headmates keep switching in and out. Yeah.
He turned to see the figure still sat at the table, but now the old monk's robes were soaked with blood. The bones of the figure were red and dripping with patches of muscle appearing over them. Then he felt it in himself. Something was very wrong, an itching, burning deep within him, then a flash of intense pain in his arm. He grabbed it instinctively, but where he touched it, the skin and flesh beneath it came away in his hand, like chunks of wet bread. Beneath it,
Sorry.
he could see the yellow
Chunks
white
of
of
wet
bone.
bread made me giggle.
His bone.
I'm gonna
Old
make the head a little
bone.
bigger.
And the soldier began to scream. As
Oh,
more of his body
can I grab
sloughed
some
off of him
arm?
into crimson
I didn't even
piles
know that
upon the
was
floor, he looked
done.
up
Oh, it was.
where death had sat. In its place he saw an old monk, bloody but whole, smiling at him. The soldier held out a now bony hand towards him in supplication. "You said that if I won, then I'd live." The monk shook his head. "No, I didn't." The end, I suppose. Thank you for indulging me. You've been very patient. I'm well aware I came in to tell you my own story, and instead have rattled off some old folk tale, which you've dutifully taken down. I do feel now, though, that I'm at a place where I can tell you of myself. But for one final bit of context, I need you to watch this.
Yeah?
Pay attention.
Okay.
Archivist's note. After this point, the rest of the page is covered in what appears to be a large blood stain. The statement resumes on the page afterwards
I'm
in a
watching.
somewhat shakier hand. Apologies for that. A bit dramatic, I know, but I always feel a demonstration is best in these situations. Are you feeling better now? Well, regardless, I think I should continue. Best get this down before someone comes to check on your scream. I've no interest in becoming a resident medical marvel. So yes, this is not a trick knife. You can check yourself if you want. Hell, stab me yourself if you care to. No? Fine. Perhaps I underestimated your curiosity. After I won my game of Pharaoh, I spent almost 2 centuries in that unhallowed state. I remember little of that time. I was not the only one, nor was I the sole embodiment of death. There were others, I think, in a similar state to me. I don't know how many, but we didn't come for everyone. I don't know how we chose our victims or whether we were at the whims of a higher power. I call them victims, as while we visited many a terminal or doomed soul, we did not only visit those whose time had come. Some of them we killed ourselves. I remember my bone-sharp hands reaching into the throats of the old, the young, those who deserved it and those who brought nothing but love to the world. Some would choose to gamble, of course. The foolish ones chose chess. I was a master of every game, knew every rule. To select the one game with no luck in it at all was always folly. In the end, it was roulette that released me. Luck bended in my favor when I played with victims, but with a game so pure in random chance as roulette, well, eventually luck comes around, though I had to wait damn near 2 centuries for it to do so. I will never forget the look on that old man's face when he won, and began to feel the change overtake him. So now I'm here, and I cannot die. I can barely live either. Food and drink make me sick, and I cannot sleep. There is an aching inside of me, a craving for something, but I don't know what. I don't seem to age, but I've only been flesh again for a few years, so can't be sure of this. I have often wondered about whether I'm the only one like me in the world. I can't be. Doesn't make sense. I know there were others, but I don't know where. I can't decide whether this existence I find myself in is better than the death I feared so long ago. I sometimes wonder, but have decided that it is. A living hell is, after all, still living. Statement ends. I've had the blood checked and it appears to be real, O negative. And that's about as far as I can confirm anything about this statement 44 years after the fact. The details Mr. Thorpe provided on his residence, occupation, etc. appear to have been accurate for the time, but we've been unable to track down any up-to-date information on him, if he even still lives. Fiona Law, the research assistant who originally took the statement, passed away in 2003 from complications following a liver transplant, and with 2 exceptions, no one else working for the Institute at the time is still employed here. Gertrude Robinson was there, of course, but we can't exactly ask her, and Elias was working as a filing clerk at the time. I followed up with him, and he does remember there being something of a commotion around that time about someone self-harming while giving a statement. Rumors said they'd cut off their finger or something.
Ouch.
But he wasn't directly involved and didn't know much more about it. Aside from that, it's almost a completely dead end. The only other thing in the file can't really be considered a lead, especially as it's now gone. It was a small hexagonal token, about 1 inch in diameter. There were no markings on it, but it appeared to be made of very old bone.
Rudy still front the most because of work, but Ellie, Bells, Frank, Lilith also front a decent amount, and we let Azzy, Flights, and Liz front when playing Minecraft in the evening. Oh, Minecraft time.
I was unable to determine anything further, as when I picked it up, it simply
I don't necessarily want to be the main fronter, but I guess that's just how it is right now. Yeah, I think Cuddle's like that. It's like, I think for Cuddle, it's like, it's like Cuddle likes to let other headmates take over sometimes, when we're on our own, but when we're interacting with like other humans, it's like Cuddle usually gets forced to the front just because it's like most people, actually pretty much, yeah, literally everyone outside the internet doesn't know about the other headmates, so it's like we get nervous of freaking people out, like, you're acting really different today, is everything okay?
crumbled to dust in my hand. Perhaps that's fitting. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at The Rusty Quill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
So I guess what I was trying to say before with was how we have different headmates front and call. What? No! Oh no! It did the weird thing that it sometimes does where it I didn't save that long ago, did I? Wait, what would happen if I... This happens sometimes with Flash. Do I have a work in progress too? That's scary. This is like a creepypasta. Usually when that happens, Flash crashes on its own. I mean, I guess it did crash there, but it took a while. Let's see if we can... Aw, man. It has been a while since I saved. But what if I open the work in progress 3 that I saved? What? Or 2? Well... Oh! Wait. Well... Not quite right, but it's better than starting all the way over. What was I gonna say? That was so weird. Flash is weird. Oh, I think I thought of a better way to say what I was trying to say before. Oh, this is rough. I think I can salvage it. That's not what I was trying to say before. Oh, what? Oh, that's so weird. And it won't let me undo that. It's like cursed. What if I open it again? Glitch Skitter! Yeah, I'm trying to open it again because... Okay. Okay. I didn't want to lose these 2 oranges. Oh! I guess I'm gonna have to lose the oranges. Oh well. They don't want me to touch them. They're a little scared. Oh, I see you, colorful cast. Just when I was about to get my thoughts together. I guess I can always say it for whoever's left, but I was thinking the way we have headmates, like have newer headmates front for a voice call with friends. Sometimes we worry, or not worry, but sometimes we think friends might think that it's like we wake up and there's a new headmate. We're getting a lot of new headmates lately, but it's not quite that chaotic. I think all of the newer headmates are mostly in the background, so like it makes sense that we wouldn't have discovered them. Or took a while to discover them, and then they suddenly get discovered. And it feels like a lot, but then you remember they're not, most of them are not like main headmates, so it's not like everyone's suddenly crowding near the front. Okay. Let me play this. This is so weird what happened to this though. I should have been saving more often. I was doing better at saving more often, but I guess I wasn't with Skitter.
Rusty Quill presents
Let's see, it was like this
the
one.
Magnus Archives. Episode 30, Killing Floor.
Isn't that a game? Oh. Unlocking brain friends.
Statement of David Lalo
I love
regarding
to
his
unlock
time
brain
working at
friends.
an industrial abattoir near Dalston. Original statement given September the 1st, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I used to work at a slaughterhouse, a meat processing plant. I won't say which one, I don't want to get in any trouble.
Which one?
It was up near Dalston, though, so you can probably figure it out. Not so many around out there as to make it hard. Not so many around anywhere. It's not something most folks want nearby. It smells awful if you're not used to it, and people tell me they get a weird vibe. I never did, at least not before all this happened. Maybe that says something about me, though. There's not so much difference between people and animals, you know. Not saying that I'd be keen to kill a person or that humans are all stupid. No, I'm just saying that animals are smarter than you give them credit for. They look dumb, sure. But I know what I'm talking about when I say that every damn animal in that place knew exactly why they were there.
Aww.
You don't need to be smart to know when you're surrounded by your own mutilation. When I first started, I did a lot of the driving.
I thought it was starting to
And
glitch.
right from loading them up, you can hear it in their whining. They know what's going on. They know where they're going. I've heard a lot of engineering and science types talk about stressors, novelty, or cortisol levels when discussing how best to avoid triggering fear or flight responses. If it lets them keep enjoying their steak, they can use whatever words they want to, but every wide-eyed cow I've ever put into a squeeze chute knows exactly where that ride ends. You hear
Squeeze?
grisly tales about the torment of animals in the slaughterhouse and the things done to them by the cold, relentless machinery. But so often the casual human brutality is overlooked. A worker in an abattoir are rated on many things, and one of them is how cruel or distressing they are for the livestock passing through. If you're abusive to your animals, you won't get as high a rating. But that's about it. You're not going to lose your job unless you really overstep the line, and sometimes you have a bad day. The sort of day that it feels good to work out on a bit of pig flesh as it goes towards its end. I mean, I wouldn't really have said that sort of cruelty was common beyond the occasional kick or sometimes using an electric prod when it wasn't needed. It was just that if you did see it, you didn't care. And you knew that no one would care if they saw you do it. For all the braying and whining and screaming, in the end it was all just noisy meat. Weirdest thing is, you start to kind of see people as meat too. Not in a food sort of way, you know, I don't want to eat my co-workers, it's just that when you spend all day taking these living, breathing creatures, animals that move and cry and tremble in fear, and you turn them into lifeless blocks of dead flesh, it's hard to believe in any special spark that makes us humans any different. We run and shout and file on through our lives as simply as any cow.
The
After a while,
cows
you
run
can't
and
help but
shout.
realize that we could turn into a lifeless carcass just as easily. Easier, even, given how much smaller we are. I mean, I'm not some weird killer or anything, but after a while it's hard not to see everyone as moving meat.
Huh?
I used to work on the killing floor, you know. Not long. You're not allowed to work on it for long. In your whole life, I mean. I don't know what the exact amount of time you're allowed to do it for is, but it's pretty
I
short.
think you've been on
I
it
only
too
worked
long.
it for a few months, and now I can't work on any killing floor anywhere. Ever. It's actually a weight lifted. The knowledge you don't have to do it anymore. But you're still there, aren't you? It's not like you've left the slaughterhouse. I heard once that those rules came in after they did some research in America. This must have been 60 years back now. They started to look into the crime and murder rates of abattoir workers who manned the killing floor. Of the people who'd worked the killing floor for over 10 years, do you know what percentage went on to commit murder? 100%. I don't know
doubt
if
it.
that's true. Tony Mulholland told it to me once when he quit the place. Maybe he was just trying to mess with my head or make a point, but it feels right. I mean, I only did it for a few months, but you kill enough things that don't want to be killed, and you start to look at a person's head and wonder where you'd need to place the bolt gun. I'm sorry, I know this isn't why I'm here. I just feel like I've got to try and make you understand what it's like, killing things and butchering their flesh for a living. I mean, I don't do it anymore, obviously. Still, you've got to understand where I'm coming from. It all started on the killing floor. I was in charge of the bolt gun. Technically, the animals we slaughter are killed by bleeding them out. Something about the meat quality, I think. But it's the bolt gun that means they don't notice. They call it stunning, but that's never sat quite right with me. You drive a bolt right into the animal's brain,
Wow, that gun
destroying
is
just the right
stunning.
part of it so that they can be bled without resistance and apparently without pain. I've only ever done the stunning. I've never been on the bleed crew. So I guess in some ways you could say I've never actually killed any of the animals.
Why is this so
And
funny
sure,
and silly?
maybe they might still have a bit of movement in them after the bolt, and maybe their heart still beats. But for all they talk about stunning or irreversible brain damage, pulling that trigger sure felt like killing to me. There was another man who worked the floor, bleeding the animals. His name was Tom Hahn, and I never really spoke to him. For the longest time I wasn't even sure how much English he spoke. He was from China, I think, and hardly ever said a word. The first time I really heard his voice was that day, the day it all started. I'd been feeling strange about work ever since I started on the killing floor and had finally asked to be moved positions. Now, the official company policy was that any request to leave the killing floor has to be granted, but in practice no one asks to be moved. It shows a weakness that most of the people working there aren't comfortable with. I did it anyway, and had just received word that from the following day I was being moved to butchering the carcasses. I don't remember how I felt. My feelings weren't really working back then. Anyway, it was as I was processing the last of the cows for that day that Tom Hahn came over.
Ah,
I
what?
didn't really
Look at
pay
this.
him much attention, but
It's
he
so
leaned
weird.
close, gripped my shoulder,
What is that
said to
happening?
me in perfect English, "You cannot stop slaughter by closing the door."
Ah.
I felt a chill pass through me, and I wanted to turn around and demand to know what he was talking about, but he'd already returned to the bleeding crew. I was a bit shaken for the rest of the day, and knowing that these were the last animals I'd need to actually kill made each pull of the trigger harder, not easier. I just turned off my mind and let my mechanical motions take over.
Yeah.
Cow into the holding pen, lock its head in place, gun against temple, pull the trigger, over and over again, until I felt like I was almost in a trance.
Trump.
It was the silence that finally brought me back to myself. I was waiting the next in the line of cattle to be herded into the room, and I noticed that I couldn't hear anything. There wasn't the scared lowing of the animals, the far-off whine of saws, or the rumble of any one of the hundreds of machines that hum and churn to keep the abattoir running. I waited and waited, but no more cows came. Looking around, I couldn't see anyone. There was no clock in that room, nor did I wear a watch. A buzzer would usually sound when brakes rolled around, and I hadn't heard anything. No more cattle seemed to be coming, so I put down the bolt gun and walked over towards the bleeding area. There was nobody there, and more than that, the place looked clean, spotless, as though no blood had ever been spilled there. Had I stood there, passed out or something? Had the day ended and the place been cleaned and I hadn't even noticed? I headed towards the exit door, deciding that I'd either find someone to ask what was happening or I'd just go home.
Oh, nice,
The door opened onto a corridor that I
I'm glad you're off
didn't
for a few
recognize.
days.
It looked like any other corridor in the slaughterhouse, except that it wasn't the one that led towards the exit. I went to try the other doors that led out of the killing floor, but none of them went to the places I remembered them going. Behind each was another hallway that seemed to lead deeper into the abattoir. I stood there for a few moments, and I genuinely pinched myself. I had to be dreaming or hallucinating or something. It wasn't a dream, though, or a vision. Everything had changed, and I was somewhere new. I surprised myself a bit with how quickly I accepted this situation. I went out the door I originally went towards, thinking that if I didn't know the layout of this building, then I might as well start by trying to follow the old route out as much as I could. The corridors just seemed to lead into each other, though. Soon I was completely lost. I did notice, though, that some of them appeared to have rails along the top, like those used to move the hanging carcasses. Some of them even had hooks on, shiny and clean. These rails would never normally follow the passages of the slaughterhouse like this, and that fact bothered me, though I'm not quite sure why. I called out, at least at first, hoping that there was someone somewhere in this maze who might hear me and answer. There was nothing. Some doors led into empty rooms containing only clean machinery. Meat-bone separators, splitting saws, scald tanks, each standing there, shining and silent, waiting. I didn't hang around long in those rooms. As I said, I don't wear a watch, so I don't know how long I wandered. It felt like hours, though. Eventually, I turned a corner to see a small metal staircase spiraling upwards. I had no reason to think I was below ground level at all, but
Maybe I should also say, I wonder if either of y'all would want to come to Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. Saturday night in Discord. I was hoping to do Saturday night at 11 p.m., but also I'm trying to be flexible with everyone's schedule. If someone wants to come and they can't make it, I want to reschedule so we can all watch together and stuff.
it was the first thing I'd found that wasn't just twisting corridors and silent rooms, so I went up. The stairs curved upwards for a very long time. When I reached the next floor, my heart sank to see more corridors stretching away from me, though these ones all had the meat rails snaking along the ceilings, and many of them were unlit. I stayed out of the darker passages. One of them had a window looking out, and all I could see outside was a metal abattoir roof stretching away to the horizon. The sky was a dull pink, the colour of blood being washed into a drain. I left the window quickly. Finally, by complete chance, I noticed a door I recognized. It was the dark green exit door that should lead out of the building. I didn't even stop to consider that it might not lead outside. I just opened it and stepped through. My feet didn't land on the tarmac of the outside. They didn't land on the concrete or metal or tile of the slaughterhouse floor either. It was dark, so I didn't immediately realize what I was treading on, except that it shifted slightly under my weight. I looked to either side and saw the metal barriers penning me in, and the conveyor belts beneath me began to move. I realized where I was, where it would lead, and I screamed. Turning to run, I almost expected a horde of cattle behind me, pressing me onwards as the runs are designed to make them, but there was nothing there, and I fled out the door. I slammed it behind me and I began to cry. It was like something numb within me had shattered, and I couldn't. I just couldn't.
120 friendly? Yeah.
Collapsed against the wall.
Wait,
that I started.
What does that mean?
Does
it mean you can smoke weed here? Because you can. Oh, okay.
Strange sort of comfort to it. As it was the smell of the slaughterhouse.
I didn't realize I pressed the 2 button earlier to make my...
Wherever
when I hit work in progress 2.
I began to follow.
I've been stuck in a smile.
Walking along, turning wherever the odor of blood was strongest. And it did get stronger. Much
I'm almost
stronger.
done fixing
As I turned corners and
Skitter
walked
up.
through dark rooms, the smell became thick, pungent, far more than it had ever been before. By the time I stood outside the dull steel door it came from, I could barely breathe. From the other side came a loud, mechanical churning. I shouldn't have opened it. But where else was I going to go? It led to a small catwalk around the edge of a large, circular room. No, large doesn't do it justice. It was immense. I could barely see the other side of it far in the distance. All around the edges were the ends of conveyor belts, and I could see butchered carcasses rolling off them, feeding into the vast pit that took up the rest of the room. The pile of stinking, bloody bodies, more than I could count. Pigs, cattle, sheep. I think I even saw a few humans in the pile.
You just got a free slurp slurp. Oh, now I gotta do another slurp slurp and a stretch.
The vast heap shifted and moved as something mechanical far below chewed through it. But it was always being topped up, fed by those conveyor belts, carcasses falling limply on top of each other like dolls. I couldn't see the bottom, though whatever was processing the pile was so loud as to almost drown out my thoughts. What else could I do but turn around once again and run? I don't have the faintest idea how long I ran for. All I know is that eventually I fell to my knees in the dark and I lay there for a while. The sound and smell of the pit had faded away, and I began to hear another sound. The chunking thud of a bolt gun. At this point, I was just about sick of following strange noises and smells around that goddamn place, so I turned around and started walking the other way. It didn't help. Whichever way I went, the sound just seemed to get louder, echoing through the empty hallways. When I opened the door back onto the killing floor, I just didn't have any surprise left inside of me. Sitting there in front of the stunning box was Tom Hahn. He was facing away from me, but I could see him, slowly and deliberately, placing the bolt gun against different parts of himself.
Oh.
His legs, his stomach, his shoulders, and pulling the trigger.
Oh, don't do that.
By the time I reached him, he was little more than a mass of bleeding wounds.
Ow.
He mutely handed me the bolt gun.
Here you go.
And I took it. With his one working hand, he guided my arm until the gun rested against the center of his forehead. But he didn't make me fire it. I did that myself.
What? Why?
He fell limp to the floor. I don't know if he was dead, but I hope so. I'd hate it if that place had to bleed him. The door behind him led to a corridor.
Oh, because he was suffering, right?
And the next door I found marked exit. opened to a sunny day so bright that I could barely see. There were people there, other workers, but no one paid me any attention. I left the slaughterhouse and didn't go back. I kept expecting the police to call me about Tom, but I never heard his name mentioned again. Not even when I handed in my resignation. I wish I felt bad about his death, but I don't. I don't feel anything at all.
Oh.
Statement ends. More meat.
More
Interesting.
meat.
I had Sasha do some basic corroboration of the particulars of Mr. Lalo's tale, and everything appears to be more or less accurate. He was employed by Ava Meats in Dalston from April 2010 to the 12th of July 2013, at which point he left his post, which was confirmed to be the stunning of cattle for processing, in the middle of his shift, along with Thomas Hahn,
Do I
one of
want
his
the
colleagues.
skulls to be like
They left
purple or
through the main
orange or
entrance,
white
ignoring
or
the other
another
workers,
color?
though no one reported them acting strangely aside
Or
from
maybe
that.
this purple.
Neither returned to the abattoir, and Tom Hahn has not been seen since. We contacted Mr. Lalo for a follow-up statement, which he gave readily enough, though it largely deals with his lingering problems eating meat, which I would say are symptoms of PTSD, but he has strongly declined to seek treatment. Tim and Martin had a bit more luck investigating Tom Hahn, though only really enough to confirm that he seems to have completely vanished, following his departure from Ava Meats on the 12th of July. No missing person report was filed, and he appears to have had no friends or family. The landlord of the house he rented in Walthamstow claims that the last rent he received from Hahn was at the beginning of July. This landlord was quite put out when he disappeared, as apparently he had been renting a house in Clarence Road for almost a decade, and it was in quite a state of disrepair when he left. Immigration authorities are somewhat useless. They have informed us that he missed a meeting with his advisor later that year, but it wasn't until October, so gives us little to go on. His bank account has also registered no activity since July the 6th. No official effort has been made to locate him, and the police were reluctant to open a new case, so we didn't push it. There's little else to be looked into, as Mr. Lalo's description of an endless slaughterhouse is, to put it generously, unverifiable. That said, there have recently been moves by Ava Meats to extend their Dalston plant. They have planning permission, but are apparently having trouble retaining builders, 4 of which have already quit. Only one of them, Darren Lacey, agreed to talk to us, but all he would say to Tim was that the building already seemed to be way too big, and he said he couldn't get over the smell of blood. End recording.
Every time I hear the word smell, I'm like...
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com
I
and
gotta do
licensed
it.
under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at The Rusty Quill, or
Face us
email
on Facebook.
at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
Aww. I'm glad my sniff gives serotonin. I sniff you.
Rusty Quill presents.
Oh, wait, I
The
got an idea. What if I did the
Magnus
skull black with white eyes? I think I want to do that.
Episode 31.
Yeah!
First Hunt.
Statement of Lawrence Mortimer regarding his hunting trip to Blue Ridge, Virginia. Original statement given December 9th, 2010. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I always wanted to go hunting. It always seemed such a manly sort of pursuit. I mean, killing the deer or elk or whatever else was always beside the point. It was just the idea of setting off into the wild, surviving out there, cooking and eating what you kill. It all sounded like such an adventure. I mean, I'd thought about trying it in this country, but shooting pheasants with shotguns and riding down foxes all seemed too much the domain of nitwits in tweed. So if I was going to go hunting, I would need to go to another country to do it. Somewhere where they had a few animals worth going after. Thinking about it, I suppose, that is what happened in the end, in a perverse sort of way. And it did cost poor Arden his life. Well, my desire to go hunting was always something of a someday project. I'm sure you know what I mean. Those ideas you have, holidays you plan to do sometime in the future, but they're never time dependent, and usually you just keep putting them off for more pressing things. So when I turned 50 back in February, I thought, dash it all, I'm going to go hunting before I drop dead.
Dash it
when
all?
I told my friends, they all thought I'd gone loopy, but I just reminded them
I'm gonna start saying
that
that.
just the young that can be impetuous and daft.
Dash it
Over
all.
the past few years, I'd become great friends with an American. Arden Neely was his name. We'd met on a skeptics message board and got on like a house on fire. When I mentioned I was looking into impetuous
Dash
hunting
it
trips,
all.
he asked how averse I was to
Me
hiking.
when Flash crashes.
I said not at all. I've always been a very active sort. And he told me that in Virginia, his home state, there were a lot of excellent places to go hunting, providing I didn't mind waiting until October or November. Well, I wasn't exactly expecting the Grim Reaper to come knocking in the intervening months, so I told him it sounded lovely. We spent a good long while discussing it, and finally decided to take a 3-day hike into Blue Ridge on the Appalachian Trail, and see if we could find a deer or an elk for me to shoot. Nature, seclusion, and guns. To my ears, it sounded just perfect.
Guns?
So, early last month, I packed my bags and caught a plane over to Virginia. The weather was cold, but otherwise pleasant, and to be honest, I was surprised how similar it felt to Torquay in November. I normally live in Torquay. I think I put that on your form there. If I did, it won't hurt you to have it written down twice. I wasn't, however, fully prepared to meet Arden in person. I'd never met an internet friend in real life before, and he was far louder and more outgoing than I was prepared for, based on the well-thought-out
You guys,
and
when you meet
considerate
us.
communications we had previously exchanged. He kept laughing at everything I said, as though it was a joke, even when it wasn't a joke, and would not stop going on about my accent. Still, all was forgiven when he showed me his gun cabinet. They were beautiful. And while I'm a member of a few shooting clubs over here, you've always got to keep your rifles under lock and key, hidden away out of sight. To see a dozen well-cared-for weapons displayed proudly, well, it was just lovely. We set out the following day, driving up to Blue Ridge from his home in Richmond. It took some time to get there, as everything is so much further apart in America. But we parked at Crabtree Falls shortly after midday. We had our tents and our supplies. I was very excited to don my hunter's orange and to take up my rifle. I was carrying a Winchester M70, which I had read was very good for beginners, while Arden carried a Remington Model 673, his preferred firearm, which he talked about to me at great length. And off we went up the trail. Our first day was unsuccessful. I was something of a blundering presence, and though Arden was at pains to assure me that our failure was simply due to being too close to a road, I was sure that it was my own crashing footsteps scaring away the creatures. I mean, we hadn't gone far compared to our proposed route. We were already several miles from the nearest road. As the day wore on, we began to look for somewhere to set up camp. We were attempting to leave no trace, as the Americans say, so we were likely going to set up our tents on the trail itself. But as we began to get them out, I heard the strangest thing. It sounded like somebody whistling, a slow version of The Farmer in the Dell, or, as I believe it's more commonly known, A Hunting We Shall Go. I looked over, and by the expression of puzzlement on Arden's face, it was clear he heard it as well. I was just about to call out to whoever was whistling when a figure wandered very casually through the tree line and onto the trail.
Is it Tigger?
He walked out of thick woodland as though he was strolling down a promenade. He was short and lean, with long shaggy black hair and a slightly unkempt goatee. His clothes were the rugged, durable sort you'd expect to see on a hiker, but he had no jacket or coat. He carried no backpack or kit of any sort. In fact, it seemed like he was just wandering through the woods with the clothes on his back.
Of any sort?
Arden was quicker to pick up on this than I was and asked the man if he needed any help.
What's the point?
The hiker stared at him for several long seconds, as though trying to deduce something, then smiled and said no. I didn't like that smile one bit. Far too many teeth to it, I'd say. He asked us where we were heading, how long we were on the trail for. There was something ever so slightly odd about his intonation, and he dragged the R's somehow when he spoke.
Like Robotnik?
We answered as vaguely as we could without being rude, since neither of us felt comfortable near this man. The hiker shrugged and started to walk across the trail between us, and as he did so, he paused for a second and took a deep breath. It seemed for all the world like he was sniffing us. Then he said something, I forget exactly. Tomorrow will be a good day for a
An info dump about their silly guns.
You
literally described the
off into the forest behind us. I think both myself and Arden wanted to stop him. It was so clear something wasn't right with the situation, but we were both astounded with his manner, and I don't think either of us could have thought of how to do so. And then he was gone. I needn't tell you that sleep became difficult. The sounds of the forest at night were far louder than I had ever heard them back home, and every cracking branch, every
If you met Robotnik and he sniffed you, what would you do?
It was an overcast night, and outside the tent was almost completely dark. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, I could have sworn that I heard someone laugh, slow and softly, outside my tent. It sounded like it was right by my head, just the other side of the thin nylon wall. By the time I'd managed to get up the courage to check, of course, there was nobody there. The next day, we packed up the camp and set off hunting again, donning our lurid orange vests and rifles. I must admit I felt 10 times better with the weight of the gun in my arms, and was inclined to put the events of the night before behind me. In fact, after a morning spent walking and joking, and on 2 occasions
sign up to be one of his Robotnik,
I thought we were both having a splendid time. It was about 4 in the afternoon, the sun just starting to begin its descent towards an early autumn dusk,
I think I'll leave it
when I saw my elk. I don't know why, but when I saw him through the trees, I knew that he was mine. I told Arden, and we started to creep towards it very
I love how this came out
He had been
so much.
teaching
I
me
already
how to
like
play
this
out
sketch,
long
but
before I had my
man,
position and raised
it
my
looks so
gun.
much better when you add color
I
to
sighted
it.
it just below the ear, and there was a moment when its head turned right towards me. I could have sworn it looked me in the eye as I prepared to pull the trigger. A gunshot rang out, but it was not from my gun. The elk startled and ran, and I spun around, but Arden was nowhere to be seen. The shot still echoed through the trees, but he seemed to have vanished. I began to search frantically for him. Had he been lured away by an elk of his own? Had he been accidentally shot by some other hunters? I called out his name, but
so he'd been shot by an elk.
Eventually, after several minutes of desperate searching, I came to a small clearing. There, slumped against one of the trees, was Arden. He was dead.
No.
The tree behind him was painted in a spray of crimson, and there was a messy hole in the center of his throat, as though it had been torn out entirely. His rifle lay next to him on the ground, also coated in blood. It seems silly to say now, but
So
My first
silly.
thought was to check his pulse.
Oh.
So I put my gun down to do so. Obviously he didn't have one, but I couldn't understand what was happening. I'd been with him not 3 minutes before, and he had been alive and unharmed. It didn't make sense. Then I heard that whistling. That infernal whistling from the tree line. I turned, and there was the hiker. His right hand was coated in Arden's blood, and he grinned at me.
Ooh, maybe
Then he began to
I'll...
sprint. His speed was incredible, and he loped
Ooh,
from
yeah.
side to side with a sort of zigzag motion. I ran.
I'm glad you
I
like
know
it.
I should have picked up my gun, but you can't understand just how frightening it is to have something like that, a true predator, running at you, full pelt, your death charging towards you like a freight train. You can't understand what it is to be prey. So I ran. I turned tail, leaving my pack and my gun behind, and sprinted into the woods.
Fun fact
I
about
didn't
Skitter.
look. I couldn't. It took all my concentration to keep my footing, to not trip. I could hear him occasionally behind.
It was really close to picking the name Spleen. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun. I just think it's funny. Oh, that sounded worse when I tried to make it better. Because I wanted like a name that's like cute and edgy. And then but it was like thinking spleen might be kind of a gross name. I don't want to think about organs. I just like the sound of the word. What did you clip? Did you clip me making laughing at spleen? Wait, I gotta. Oh, a sniff clip. I gotta look at it. I gotta hear it. What it sounds like on your guys' end.
And started to walk across the trail between us, and as he did so, he paused for a second, and took a deep breath. It seemed for all the world like he was sniffing us. Then he something I forget exactly. Tomorrow will be a good day for the world, like he was sniffing us. Behind him as he charged through a bush or scratched
Why
against
does
a
it
tree.
actually sound like an animal?
Deliberately, you know.
I mean, I know I am an
Let me know
animal,
he
but
was
you know
still
what I
there.
mean. Like it
I
sounds
don't
like
know why
someone's
that happened in
dog.
that foot race,
Not
but
the
I think
beginning
he
part.
must
The
have
beginning
been
part sounds
toying
human,
with
but
me.
like the end part where I'm close to
After a
the
while,
mic,
I
it
could no longer
literally
hear him
sounds like
directly
someone's
behind
dog
me,
to
so
me.
I slowed to catch my breath.
It's so
I'm in
funny.
good shape, as I say, but I'm not a young man. I was dizzy with the exhaustion. I sat there, so intent on listening out for any sign of danger of this man
Get a Magenta.
that I barely even noticed nightfall.
I forgot. Was
There
I
were no
gonna say
clouds that
something?
night.
Oh
I
yeah, I
was
was gonna
glad.
say. Then Skitter was almost gonna pick the name Willow because it was thinking if it wanted to have a name to go with Hollow because they ended up being QPPs and but Skitter thought I want like Willow's like a girl's name and I'm kind of a little bit leaning towards Mask. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't bother me that much, but also like Willow sounds like a little too peaceful. I want it to be like a little more edgy or creature-esque. And then I don't even remember how I came up with the name Skitter. Oh, I think we were looking at we were googling like synonyms for rodent and we saw like critter, I think. And then we were like thinking about that name and I think we thought of Skitter cuz it rhymes with critter. And then we finally settled on a good name cuz it's like a name used to describe like it's like Skitter is like kind of creepy and cute at the same time because I think people use it to describe like bugs and rats and stuff, but it's also just got a cute soundy feeling to it while also being like creepy crawly. Skitter, the edgy critter. It feels like you get to the mic so fast. Well, the mic is just like a foot and a half away from my face, so it's pretty easy to get to the mic fast. But yeah. It does kind of sound like it's further away and I'm running toward it.
Since I had left my torch along with my pack. If I was to run at all during the night, I would need the moonlight to see by. Of course, any experienced hiker will tell you never to travel the woods at night, and certainly not to run through them. But I hardly had any choice if it came to it. And of course it did. The night was barely
Skitter
half
rules.
over.
Oh, I'm glad you like Skitter.
Whistling. Then the words floating through the trees, but with a low bass tone to them.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Actually, I'll put on the Sonic music. Or I guess it wasn't just Sonic. It was video game lo-fi. I think I deleted that tab. 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, time for more spooky.
A-hunting we shall go, a-hunting we shall go. And once again I ran. By all rights I should have broken my neck, charging off into the darkness like that. I should have tripped on a root or put my foot in a rabbit hole. I should have at least twisted my ankle.
Wait, sorry. the way my brain is processing those sentences, like, oh man, I wish I should have twisted my ankle. Man, I really should have. Oh well, maybe next time.
Somehow this didn't happen, though. I ran and ran and, well, I just kept running. It didn't seem to do me any good, of course. I was still far slower in the dark than I had been during the day, and it was obvious my pursuer could easily outpace me if he wanted to. So many times I'd heard that song coming from in front of me and turned sharply to avoid it, until I was utterly lost. Finally, I broke through the tree line. At first, I thought I'd found another clearing, but looking down, I saw I was next to Arden's mutilated body. The wretched thing had just sent me in a circle.
So
For fun. For the chase. I was tired, scared, covered in scratches and bruises over my
Scratches and grounders?
Nothing.
Sorry, that's what I thought he was gonna say.
I was still going to die.
Yeah.
I turned to face my fate, and for the first time that night got a good look at my hunter. The moonlight shone on him in full, and what I saw was not human. It's hard to describe exactly, but everything about him was sharper. His fingers, his teeth, his face, his eyes.
Is it Michael?
His skin. As I looked at him, the strangest thing popped into my head. Have you ever read The Duchess of Malfi? I had to study it for my O-levels many years ago. Dreadful play, as I remember. The worst sort of old revenge tragedy, all incest and murder and madness. There's a line that stays with me. A doctor diagnosing the Duchess's brother with lycanthropy. As I recall, it goes, once met the Duke, about midnight, in a lane behind St. Mark's Church, with the leg of a man upon his shoulder. Said he was a wolf.
Oh!
Only difference was, a wolf's skin is hairy on the outside, his on the inside. Looking at this thing that wanted to kill me, it's the only description that feels right. He didn't charge this time, but slowly stalked towards me. I was acutely aware of the loaded guns by my feet, but I'd seen how fast it could move, and I didn't rate my chances. It got close enough that I could smell the fetid breath, close enough that I could see the most disturbing thing illuminated by the moonlight. The slick drool on its lips as it salivated in anticipation of a kill. Then it attacked me.
Why did I think they were gonna say kiss?
Very proud of how I acted during that encounter. You see, as long as the thing didn't think I was any sort of threat, I hoped it might get sloppy and clearly telegraph its strike. I was right. It drew back its arm and swung a clumsy, triumphant blow. I forget, did I mention my military background? Well, I used to be an officer in the Air Force. Now, it's been a long time since the Gulf War, and I didn't do much in the way of hand-to-hand fighting even then, but the training is something that stays with you. It certainly served me well for this one desperate move as I caught his arm and pitched his motion around. His claws dug into my shoulder but missed my neck, and he fell to the floor, tripped by his own momentum. He began to get to his feet almost immediately, but it brought me the precious seconds to grab my rifle and press it to his chest. I didn't hesitate. The shot ripped through him and he jerked in pain. Not wanting to take any chances, I fired again and again and again until my rifle was empty. Then I picked up Arden's rifle and emptied that one into him as well. Even after all of that, he still wasn't dead. He had 3 bullets in his heart, 2 in his head, and many more through the rest of him. But still he writhed there, making weak noises. I didn't know how long this would slow him down for, but I hoped it would give me enough time to escape properly. I looked back as I left the clearing to see him slowly and painfully pushing his claws into his chest, digging for the bullets. It was luck that saved me in the end. Some park rangers were driving past our trail on a road about 2 miles distant. They were coming to investigate the gunshots, and I stumbled onto the road through sheer good fortune. I never saw that thing again, or Arden, unfortunately, though they managed to find and recover his body about a week later. I don't think I'll try hunting again. I know the thrill of power that comes with the ability to end the life of something weaker than you, but I can't forget what it's like to be the hunted. Statement ends. Hunted. Yes. I think I'm starting to know the feeling. Arden Neely was found dead half a mile off the Appalachian Trail in Virginia on 1st December 2010. His death was ruled a wild animal attack. Mr. Mortimer was treated for physical and mental trauma, but was not implicated in his death. Quite frankly, that's all the investigation I'm willing to do on this one. Wolfmen in America is too far-fetched and too far away for me to care about. It's been 2 months now since Martin returned, and we became the ones being hunted. Are we being hunted? Martin's still living here, and I'm leaving less and less. The worms keep turning up. We kill them, but there are more each week. What is she waiting for? End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations, and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I got like a knot in my back. Ah!
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 32. Hive.
Well, we listened to a lot tonight. This will probably be the last one for tonight.
Statement of Jane Prentice regarding a wasp's nest in her attic. Original statement given February 23rd, 2014. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I itch all the time. Deep beneath my skin, where the bone sits, enshrined in flesh, I feel it. Something, not moving, but that wants to move, wants to be free. It itches, and I don't think I want it. I don't know what to do. You can't help me. I don't think so, at least. But whatever it is that calls to me, that wants me for its own, it hates you. It hates what you are and what you do. And if it hates you, then maybe you can help me. If I wanted to be helped. I don't know if I do. You must understand, it sings so sweetly, and I need it. But I am afraid. It isn't right, and I need help. I need it to be seen. To be seen in the cold light of knowledge is anathema to the things that crawl and slither and swarm in the corners
And Skitter?
and the cracks, in the pitted holes of the hive. You can't see it, of course. It isn't real. Not like you or I are real. It's more of an everywhere. A feeling. you familiar with trypophobia? That disgusted fear at holes, irregular, honeycombed holes, makes you feel that itch in the back of your mind, like the holes are there too in your own brain, rotten and hollow and swarming. Is that real? I'm sorry, I know I'm meant to be telling you what happened, what brought me to this place of books and learning, of sight and beholding. I'm sorry. I should. I will. I haven't slept in some time. I can't sleep. My dreams are crawling and many-legged, not just slithering and burrowing, though it is the burrowing that draws me. They always sing that song of flesh. I hope you will forgive me for such a rambling story. I hope you will forgive me for a great many things, as it may be I do worse. I have that feeling, that instinct that squirms through your belly. There will be great violence done here, and I bleed into that violence. Do you know, I wonder, as I watch you sitting there through the glass, eating a sandwich, do you know where you are? You called me dear. Have a seat, dear. You can write it down, dear. Take as much time as you need, dear. Can you truly know the danger you are in? There is a wasp's nest in my attic. A fat, sprawling thing that crouches in the shadowed corner. It thrums with life and malice. I could sit there for hours watching the swirls of pulp and paper on its surface. I have done. It is not the patterns that enthrall me. I'm not one of those fools chasing fractals, no. It's what sings behind them. Sings that I am beautiful. Sings that I am a home. That I can be fully consumed by what loves me. I don't know how long the nest has been there. It's not even my house, I just live there. Some sweaty old man thinks he owns it, taking money for my presence as though it will save him. I used to worry about it, you know. I remember before the dreams I would spend so long worrying about that money, about how I could afford to live there. Now I know that whatever the old man thinks, as he passes about the house with brow crinkled and mouth puckered in disapproval, it is not his. It has 1,000 truer owners who shift and live and sing within the very walls of the building. He does not even know about the wasp's nest.
Doesn't even know about the wasp's nest.
How many years it has been there.
Me?
Have you ever heard of the filarial worm? Mosquitoes gift it with their kiss, and it grows and grows. It stops water moving round the human body, right? Makes limbs and bellies swell and sag with fluid. Now, when I look at that fat, sweaty sack, I think about it. And the voice sings of showing him what a real parasite can do. How many months has it been like this? Was there a time before? There must have been. I remember a life that was not itching, not fear, not nectar-sweet song. I had a job. I sold crystals. They were clean and sharp and bright, and they did not sing to me, though I sometimes said they did. We would sell the stones to smiling young couples with color in their hair. I remember, before I found the nest, someone new came. His name was Oliver, and he would look at me so strangely, not with lust or affection or contempt, but with sadness, such a deep sadness, and once with fear. It didn't matter, because no one in the shop wanted to hear about the ants below it. I tried to tell them to explain, but they did not care. The pretty young things complained, and I left. That was when I still called myself a witch. Wicca and paganism. I would spend my weekends at rituals by the Thames. I wanted something beyond myself, but could not stomach the priest or the imam or punjari of the churches. I knew better. I knew that it was not so simple as to call out to well-trodden gods. I never felt from my rituals anything except exhaustion and pride. I thought that those were my spiritual raptures. I wish, deep inside, below the itch, that they were still my raptures. I have touched something now, though, that all my talk of ley lines and mother goddesses could never have prepared me for. It is not a god. Or if it is, then it is a dead god, decayed and clammy corpse flesh, brimming with writhing grave worms. When did I first hear it? It wasn't the nest, I'm sure of that. I never went in the attic. It was locked and I didn't have a key. I spent a day sawing through the padlock with an old hacksaw. My hands were blistered by the end. Why would I have done that if I didn't know what I would find? The face of the one who sang to me, dwelling within the hidden darkness above me. I had seen no wasps. I know I hadn't. There are no wasps in the nest. So how else would I have known that I needed to be there, to be in the dark with it, if it had not already been singing to me? No, that's not right. The nest does not sing to me. It is simply the face. Not the whole face, for the whole of the hive is infinite, an unending plain of wriggling forms swarming in and out of the distended pores and honeycombed flesh. The nest is nothing but paper. Was it the spiders? There were webs in the corners around the entryway into the attic. I would watch them scurry and disappear in between the wooden boards. Where are you going, little spiders? I would think. What are you seeing in the dark? Is it food? Prey? Predators? I wondered if it was the spiders that made the gentle buzzing song, but it was not. Webs have a song as well, of course, but it is not the song of the hive. I used to pick at my skin. It was a compulsion. I would spend hours in the bathroom staring as close as I could get to my face in the mirror, searching for darkened pores to squeeze and watch the congealed oil worm its way out of my skin. Often I would end with swollen red marks where it had become inflamed with irritation or infection. Did I hear the song then? Was it when I was a child? Such a clear memory of a classmate telling me a blackhead was a hole in my face, and if I didn't keep it clean it would grow and rot. Did I hear it then, as that image lodged in my mind forever? Or was it last year, passing by a strip of green they call a park near my house after the rain, and watching 100 worms crawl and squirm to the surface? Perhaps I've always heard it. Perhaps the itch has always been the real me, and it was the happy, smiling Jane who called herself a witch and drank wine in the park when it was sunny. Maybe it was her who was the maddened delusion that hides the sick, squirming reality of what I am, of what we all are when you strip away the pretense that there is more to a person than a warm, wet habitat for the billion crawling things that need a home, that love us in their way. I need to think, to clear my head, to try and remember, but remember what? I was lonely before, I know that. I had friends, at least I used to. But I lost them, or they lost me. Why was it? I remember shouting recriminations, and I was abandoned. No idea why. The memories are a blur. I do remember that they called me toxic. I don't think I really knew what that meant, except that it was the reason that I was so painfully lonely. Was that it? Was I swayed and drawn simply by the prospect of being genuinely loved? Not loved as you would understand it. A deeper, more primal love, a need as much as a feeling, love that consumes you in all ways. You can't help me. I'm sure of that now. I have tried to write it down, to put it into terms and words you could understand, and now I stare at it, and not a word of it is even enough to fully describe the fact that I itch. Because itch is not the right word. There is no right word, because for all your institute and ignorance may laud the power of the word, it cannot even stretch to fully capture what I feel in my bones. What possible recourse could there be for me in your books and files and libraries except more useless ink and dying letters? I see now why the hive hates you. You can see it, and log it, and note its every detail, but you can never understand it. You rob it of its fear, even though your weak words have no right to do so. I do not know why the hive chose me, but it did. And I think that it always had. The song is loud and beautiful, and I am so very afraid. There is a wasp's nest in my attic. Perhaps it can soothe my itching soul. Statement ends. This is, excuse me, reading that was, while I am pleased that we have found the statement the apprentice gave the Institute, it answers far fewer of our questions than I would have hoped, and gives us little new information about her than we had before, save for a snapshot of her mental condition before her hospital admission. We were already aware of her religious history and her breakdown over an ant infestation that apparently led to her termination from her work at the Good Energies spiritual supplies shop in Archway. The wasp's nest is interesting. The paramedics' report claims that when they and the police responded to reports of screaming at Ms. Prentice's flat on Prospero Road, they found her in a loft space, passed out, with her forearm buried up to the elbow in pulped organic matter. This could indeed have been a wasp's nest, I suppose, but no nearby residents reported to have seen any wasps in the area. Unfortunately, it could not be examined further, as later that night there was a fire that completely destroyed the flat and killed the landlord, Arthur Nolan. The fire service determined he had fallen asleep with a lit cigarette due to the fact that he was found sitting in the remains of an armchair with no sign he had made any attempt to escape. Miss Prentice was taken to the emergency department at Whittington Hospital, but she was already showing signs of the infestation that would characterize her later appearances. 6 hospital staff were attempting to treat and sedate her when many of the worms were violently expelled from her body. They quickly burrowed through the soft tissue of the medical personnel, eyes, tongue, etc., and into the brain, killing them after roughly a minute and a half. She then walked calmly out of the door to A&E. A nurse attempted to run, but in his panic, he tripped on the stairs and broke his neck.
Whoops.
Then she was gone. The Institute was consulted, as apparently during her admission she had claimed that she was being possessed. But it was decided the situation was medical in nature, and our involvement was dropped in favor of what I can only describe as a cover-up. If we'd known about this statement, perhaps things might have been different, but here we are. Still, anyone who's familiarized themselves with her file could tell you this. We still don't have any evidence that Prentice is actually paranormal. It could just be an unknown aggressive parasite. There are weird things out there that are perfectly natural. It's not, though.
Perfectly natural.
No, it's not natural. Somehow I feel it. I'm sorry. My academic detachment seems to have fled me. Something in this statement has got to me a bit. I'm going to go lie down.
Nap time for John, boy.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
I think what I'll do is... I think I won't do any duos tonight. Especially because Noelle sent most to them and they're not here anymore. I think I will do like a Double stream. I think that would be fun. Double exclusive stream in like a few weeks. Just finish up this PNT tuber. Let's see. Dedicated Double stream, yeah! Let's see, how do I... Oh, I think I should... like... this? Oops. Maybe one gray lighter. Would this look like an eye close if I do? No, wait. If I go like... Hang on, let me actually copy the eyes as open eyes so I can paste it in. Yeah, we'll paste it like on another layer like that. I think that works. And I think I have to temporarily delete that. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Now I need eyes open, mouth open? Yeah. Beep boop. Robot. I'll beep boop. Okay. Oh wait, I never saved this. Oops. Hang on. Let me save this. Just making sure it's there. Oh no, I don't want to be. Beep boop. Close mouth. Hello. Oh, I am so British. Sorry. Oh. And I am also a kitty cat. Meow. Meow. What's up, beep booper? Meow. Oh, meow. Okay. I accomplished a lot today. How long was the other VOD? So I'm just curious how long the stream was. So I look over and I'm like, oh, it was only 2 hours? It feels longer. It's because it was. It was longer. 4.5 hours? Why does it feel a lot longer? Maybe because I started late. That's probably it. Oh yeah, I forgot this was all under work in progress too. Let me turn around. Oh, in such a good mood, we're ordering a new computer. Ooh, I'm so excited for you. I know you had a lot of troubles with your computer acting up. I hope you love your new friend. Let's see. Dancing Fable. Sorry, I switched to the screen and then kind of blanked out on everything. So my next stream will be in a couple weeks. I'm not streaming next week. I'm doing. Wait, why did I say I'm doing? I'm not streaming. That's what I'm doing. My next stream will be Tulip. More Tulip. I can't wait to visit Scarecrow Field. My favorite place. I want to go. Our next stream is tomorrow night. We got Meadow continuing Freedom Planet 2 Lilac Story. And then Wednesday, my girlfriend is going to play a little more Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location. She wants to beat that secret room. And is also gonna watch 5 more episodes of Brandy and Mr. Whiskers. And then Thursday night, Magma is gonna stream Madness Project Nexus, the Madness combat game. And then Friday, Chalky's streaming Poppin' Music Piece and Cookie Run Kingdom. And then Sunday, Cuddle should be streaming Sonic Shuffle with her friends. I'm excited about our streams we have going. I think I will raid Fluff Bite. She's playing Fear and Hunger Terminal. Fear and Hunger? Oh man. We just had Fear with the spooky treat. The spooky podcast. I couldn't think the word podcast. And now I'm hungry. So I already got Fear and Hunger. But we can have even more Fear and Hunger. Why did my avatar look angry for a second? Ugh. I can't do it on purpose. It only happens accidentally. Glitch Skitter, yeah! Glitter. Glitter. Okay. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful day or night wherever you are at. Please take care of yourself and hug a plushie and sniff.